This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Good morning. Good Sunday morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. All my lovely family members, good morning. Good morning, Paranormal Rooster. I haven't seen you in a couple of days. I hope you're doing good. Trixie, Cozy, Jenny, my lovely Jenny. And who else was it up here? That's all I see so far. Thank you so much for being here. I can't tell you guys how much that means to me. Trixie, I hope the party went good yesterday. Cozy, I was listening to some of your stuff yesterday when I was trying to lay down last night. Jenny, yeah, I know I posted that and tagged you in it where I was trying to get that information, but it really bothered me because I know you wanted to talk about that, and I just really wanted you to know that I had been trying. It took them I emailed them about that FOIA request. This is in reference to the Naziah, I can't remember her last name, but the case out of Detroit, or not Detroit, but Michigan, where she was unfortunately unalived, and she was 13 and she was pregnant by a predator. And I had sent that request like the beginning of October, and they just got back to me. So I was waiting a long time for that one, and it really bothered me that I got denied. I might try to appeal it. So we are going to go ahead and jump right into the Leilani Simon trial from Friday. I'm going to try, I don't know how to do a poll. I'm still trying to figure out how to do YouTube and StreamYard at the same time. Because like I couldn't figure out how to make it members only live yesterday. The first one I did that was members only was like pre-recorded, so I could make it that way when I uploaded it. But I need to figure out how to do that. I want to do a poll. because I need to know if y'all want to talk about Sarah Boone tomorrow, but I need to wait till Abellis is in here. But if y'all would rather do the Sarah Boone trial live or continue with the Leilani Simon trial live, I know a lot of people are doing the Leilani Simon trial. So that's why I wanted to ask y'all about that and try to do a poll, but I don't know how to do it like while I'm live on StreamYard. I'm going to have to watch some videos. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. My screen. Paranormal Reister says they're doing pretty good. They got up early, took the puppy out, and doing some gardening. Really, my garden, Paranormal Reister, is overgrown right now. I'm going to try to plant some wheat. I've got tomatoes. My lupa gourds kind of took off. And I'm happy about that. Okay, so we're going to start here. Let me turn the volume on.
It's perfect.
Can you tell the jury your name, please, ma'am?
Michelle McCarta.
Oh,
And
this is the
are you the
babysitter.
mom of Talia that we heard testify yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, so in all honesty, okay, so Paranormal Rooster, you're seeing Sarah Boone everywhere. See, I'm seeing the Leilani Simon trial everywhere. Thank you for letting me know that, though. Yeah, I want to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. So y'all make sure you let me know if you're replaying this. Please let me know in the comment section if you would like to do the Sarah Boone trial live tomorrow or the Leilani Simon trial live tomorrow. All right, so we're going to listen. This is going to be the babysitter. I'm going to drop the link if anybody would like to join me. And thank you again for being here this Sunday morning. It's so good to see all your lovely profile pictures and screen names.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you know the defendant in this case, Leilani Simon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you also know Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Also, if that background starts making anybody feel nauseous or it's bothering you guys, just let me know. Thank you so much.
did you know their children?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Quentin Simon?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we get deeper into this, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Really, Paranormal Rooster? So this lady you see on your screen, I'm gonna try to give you a brief recap. She had 3 children, and her middle child, it appears that she didn't care for quite as much. Well, she was doing substances, and one night, evidently, things got out of hand, and she unalived him and then threw him in the trash. And they had to spend time at the landfill, like a month, trying to find him. And they found a piece of his skull, which we've seen in a previous live. And now she's on trial for it. And everybody's testifying. The babysitter that's about to testify really loved this baby. It seems like the baby's name is Quentin Simon. He was a little 2-year-old. He's on the thumbnail. He's a beautiful baby. It appears that the little boy spent a lot of time over at the babysitter's house, and it appears that she cared for him very much. And she's about to testify to the things that she saw and knew about.
Ms. McCarta, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and without saying what's in it, is it a photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and does it fairly and accurately depict what is in the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Okay, Exhibit 29 is admitted without objection.
Okay. And now that it's in evidence, can you tell us what this is a picture of?
This is a picture of Quentin when I was off. We took him to Red Lobster to eat.
Okay. So in this photograph, he was.
I want to see the picture. I hope they show it. Yeah, Paranormal Rooster, I couldn't agree more. And I wonder if it's because everything has become so desensitized with like video games and just things you see online and the realistic nature of like scary movies and things. Everybody seems so desensitized that a lot of things are more animalistic today than they used to be back in the day. You tend to not be able to find compassion, sympathy, and people who actually care, and have regard for other people as much as you could find it back in the day. Like when, when you had to sometimes depend on your neighbor to help you to get through and things, it was a lot different.
Was out with you.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this to the jury?
Yes, you may.
I'm just going to do it old school.
Okay.
This is court TV, by the way.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Paranormal, I'm kind of in the country, but it's not my land. We're going to try to get some land out there in the country too. I hope so. That's true, Cozy. Very true.
Ms. McCarter, how did you first become acquainted
Hey, Mom.
with the defendant,
Hey, Mom.
Daniel?
What are you doing,
Through
baby?
a church lady that went to church with us for many years,
Okay, and who was the church lady? What was her name?
Sandra Howell.
Okay, and was she related to them in some way?
She was the sister of Billy Joe's husband.
Okay, so that would be, she was the sister of the defendant's stepfather?
Yes.
Okay, and did she introduce you to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was the purpose of her introducing you to them?
She had been keeping the children and her knee got real bad. So she asked if me or my daughter or both could watch them because she wasn't able to do that anymore.
How many daughters do you have?
I have 3 daughters.
Good morning,
And
God's
which daughter
child,
was going to
aka
help babysit?
Reba.
Maritza
Good
McCarter.
morning. Good morning.
And is that your oldest daughter?
Nope, she's 19. She's my middle.
She's the middle one, and then
Yes.
Talia's the youngest.
Yes.
Okay. So did you go and meet with the defendant and her family
Thank you
to
for being
perhaps
here, Reba.
babysit the children?
No, ma'am. Billy Joe had called me on the phone a couple days later.
Okay. And did she set up the babysitting arrangement?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember approximately when this was?
We started watching Quentin and them around the end of January, February of 2022.
Okay. And that would have been before Sky was born.
Yes.
So at that time, when you first started babysitting, there were just the 2 boys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And about how old would the boys have been then?
Quentin was young, maybe 9 months, 10 months.
Okay. So they would have been, Zane would have been a toddler.
Yes.
And Quentin would have been an infant.
Yes.
When you first started babysitting.
Yes.
them. So how did it work? Who brought the kids to your house?
Most of the time, Danny. Once in a while, Leilani.
All right. And how often would the children stay with you?
At first, it was just when they worked. And then it started being overnight. And a lot of times we would even call for Quentin to stay with us, even when they were off.
Okay. Now, who was paying you?
Leilani was paying, but it wasn't like steady. She would pay and then she would text me later and tell me she needed formula for Sky or diapers and could she come and get it, and she would pay back when she got paid next time.
Okay. And how much were they paying you to babysit? Do you remember
Yes.
what the agreed upon amount was, whether you were actually getting that or not?
It was like $25 here, $30 there.
Aw.
One time I think she paid $100. It was just different amounts.
Thank you, Reba. I'm glad that you like it here. And I'm glad you like the commentary. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing and joining the speculating family. Paranormal, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. I'll be there tomorrow with my lumber and supplies ready. My solar panels, my compost and toilet. I'll be there. Don't even play with me.
Because she would tell me she didn't have it or she had to do this.
So is it fair to say that you and your daughter were being paid a lot less than the normal going rate for childcare?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Yep.
You said
Cozy.
that Quentin would
I agree.
spend the
Yep.
night sometimes. Would both the boys spend the night or just Quentin?
Zane stayed a handful of times. Quentin stayed a lot.
And why is that? Why would Quentin stay overnight?
Honestly, Quentin loved us. He was close to us. And I just felt like he would be better off at our house because there was a difference in the love she showed between Zane and Quentin. And I felt.
And it's been very evident through the testimony that she cared much more for Zane than she did for Quentin. I feel like this poor baby Quentin didn't get a lot of love from his mother. And it sounded like the dad had wanted to take him, and I think he would have been better off with the dad. I mean, it sounds like she just, I don't know if, a lot of times there's a lot of postpartum depression and things like that. It just seems to me like Leilani never bonded with him. And that's really sad. And I'm glad there was other people around to show that baby some love.
Felt bad, and I would work, and my daughter would say, "Can we just get him, Mom, because this happened today?" And I would say, "Yeah, call her and ask her if he can stay."
I bet that sounds beautiful.
Can you think
Paranormal.
of some examples of how the defendant treated the boys differently?
Well, she was working at Bojangles, and she.
Cozy, again, I would have to go back to like not bonding with them. If she didn't bond with him and she didn't love him and she didn't care about him, and then it doesn't bother her because he is no more than trash. Not that's just my opinion and my speculation. But if she never bonded with him and didn't have any emotion towards him, no love, no compassion, no anything, then it wouldn't be hard. Paranormal Rooster, yes, it was her second out of 3 babies, and she appeared to never have bonded with him. She showed more love to the first child than she did with Quentin, and she's got a younger baby, Sky, which I don't know the situation with that. I think Sky's with the dad, the boyfriend that was here when this happened, or at her house.
Brought food home, and she fed. Quentin loved food, and every time he seen a bag, he would want it. He's little. She would feed Zane before she fed Quentin every time, and I just thought that was strange.
So, do you mean she'd give Zane food and make Quentin wait?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean,
Absolutely.
She wasn't physically feeding Zane.
No, she would give him the food.
Give him food.
And he would eat, and then Quentin would be, whining and wanting it, and she would give it to him eventually.
Did you ever say anything to her about that?
I did not.
Are there any other ways that she treated the boys differently that you noticed?
Just by the way she talked to him, when she would, once in a while that she did come and pick them up, she would, grab Zane and he would hug her because he was close to her. I mean, you could definitely tell it. And then, Quentin 99% of the time wanted to stay with us, and he would start crying. Now, if Danny come and picked him up, it was different.
Okay. How did Quentin act if Danny came?
He would go with Danny. He wouldn't cry to stay with us. He loved Danny. He would, Danny would pick him up and he'd hug him.
Okay. All right. Did Leilani ever talk to you about how she felt about the boys?
Yes, ma'am. She just, one time, and my daughter had more talks with her than I did. I didn't really talk to her that much, but she just said that she loved Quentin more. I mean, Zane more than Quentin. And
I agree.
She's a crappy mom. I knew that, but I just never said anything to her. I would always call Billy Joe when I seen things that was going on.
Okay.
It is sad.
Did she ever, in that conversation, did she explain more about, like, Zane had been through things with her?
Yes, that Zane had been her ride or die his whole life.
That's a very good point. Paranormal Rooster says, I think high emotions are what causes people to throw caution to the wind and keep having babies. It's an in-the-moment decision while feelings and emotions are sky high. That is so on point. 100%. That is a perfect explanation of these type of things. I couldn't agree more with you, Paranormal. Trixie says, by the way, apparently Leilani was called out for mouth and effing liar about the babysitter's daughter. Oh, I didn't see that. Wow. So they must have cut it out of this, and because I hadn't seen it live, it wasn't there. I can't believe that. Jenny says, yes, she's agreeing. Wow, that's messed up.
And she did not like Quentin's father.
Okay. So, other than what you saw in your own home, did you ever see things outside? Like, did you ever observe the children at her house or outside their house?
On one incident, my daughter was going to our shed, that's where our laundry room is, and she had come running in and saying, Mama, Zane and Quentin is in the ditch. Well, it was the road on Buckhalter, but the ditch is right here. And Quentin was actually in the ditch, and Zane was trying to get him out.
Did you go out and see the kids outside?
I did.
Okay. And at some point, were they returned home or took back to your home?
They was returned. I asked Talia to take them home and find out where Leilani was.
I got yeeted. Sorry about that. Hold on just a minute. I got yeeted out. Hold on just a minute. I was going to say, we need to remember just in the, just trying to be fair, it does seem like the babysitter has some hostilities towards Leilani, and I think we do need to keep that in mind. However, her feelings and emotions are going to sway her testimony a little bit, but I don't think that doesn't mean that the actual events that happened are not accurate. And I can't believe that the defense attorney was like, oh, she was talking to me. Like, really? Wow.
To any authorities?
It had been reported. It had happened several times even before we started keeping them that I didn't know about, and it had been reported.
Okay. Do you know what authority, if any, it had been reported to?
DFAX.
Okay. And you say it had been reported. So were you aware of somebody other than you reporting it? Okay. And if you could say yes.
Yes,
or no.
yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And I won't ask you what they said since we're in court. I just need you to say what you did and said. Let's move to the day that Quentin disappeared.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
All right. Actually, let's talk about the day before we move to that.
Mm-hmm.
The day before, were you supposed to watch the children that day?
Yes.
And what happened?
They picked up the kids. I did watch them, and Danny come and picked them up, and they were supposed to come back the next day. And around about 5:28, 5:29, I got a text from Danny saying that Leilani was keeping the kids today.
Okay. Now, had that happened before where she would not go to work and the children would stay at home?
No, because even if she didn't go to work, most of the time she sent them to us because she wanted to sleep.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because, and she would stay at home because one day I had them and me and my daughters were taking them somewhere. And when we rode by, when we got in the car, she was on her front porch. It's like a little porch. And when she seen us, she actually ducked down and hid from us because she was supposed to be at work. But it didn't matter. We loved them, so I would have kept them anyway.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Quentin was like? Like, what did Quentin like? I know he was very young. He wasn't even 2 years old yet, but were there things that he said or things that he liked that you know about?
Yes. He loved cheese. And every time I would get home from work, he would want mac and cheese, and he would go to the refrigerator and he would get my cheese out, my block of cheese, for me to cut it for him. And if I would have let him, he'd ate the whole thing. He loved Blimpie. He loved Bubbles. Anytime we could go to the store and get him Bubbles, he just loved them. He was a very happy baby when he was with us.
And you said that he would spend the night. When he would spend the night, where would he sleep?
Usually we would all make a pallet in the floor, and we would let him watch Blimpie until he fell asleep.
Okay. And what is Blimpie?
It's a
It
cartoon.
is Jenny. She really
Yes,
is.
ma'am.
For those that don't have little kids that don't know what Blimpie is, so it's a cartoon.
Yes.
Okay. The children, when they came to your home, were they sent with clothes, food, diapers, things that they would have needed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So how was that handled?
Well, Zane always come dressed. Several times we got Quentin, and he would be in a long onesie, and he would have poop from all over. I don't want to say a baby didn't smell good, but he smelled like rotten milk. He had rings around his neck. We'd immediately bathe him and put him fresh clothes on.
Okay. Did you keep clothes for him at your house?
I did, because I had to tell Billy Joe that she wasn't sending anything for the kids.
Okay. And did Billy Joe give you money to get clothes?
Yes, we went and got clothes. I took pictures of the clothes and the receipt and sent them to her.
Okay. And so then after that, you just kept clothes at your house?
Yes, I kept half of the clothes there.
Okay. All right. Now that we've covered that, now let's go to the day that Quentin disappeared. So that day, what is the first?
I am really glad that Quentin had the babysitter in his life to take care of him and show him compassion when he was over there. And her daughter stated when she was on the stand that she would come and get Quentin and take her to her mama's house and just spend time with Quentin. And I'm really glad that these neighbors took it upon them to make sure that baby was shown some love and affection and taken care of. I do appreciate that.
First time.
Good
you
morning,
became aware something
Overprotected.
was
Good
out of
morning.
You said, so that morning, Danny had texted
Mhm.
you that the kids were going to stay at home.
Yes.
Did you have, at that point, did you have any
Okay,
other conversation
Overprotected.
with
Thank you for
anybody about that?
listening.
No.
I hope you have a good day at work.
Then what's the next thing you heard from anybody in that family?
Me and my youngest daughter was on the way to McDonald's. Danny calls and asked
Oh, wow,
me, did I
you're
get
normal.
Quentin or have I seen him?
I
And
know
I said,
that's
no,
hard.
why? And he said that Leilani said he was missing. So my kids homeschool. I ran to McDonald's. We come back. I dropped my youngest daughter off, and me and my oldest daughter headed down to Leilani's house.
Okay. Do you remember about what time of the morning this was?
Maybe around 9.
Okay. And so you dropped off food at your house. And how close is your house to theirs?
Caddy corner across the street.
Okay. So y'all are neighbors. You're real close by.
Yes.
So you dropped food off,
Mhm.
and then you went over to their house.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what do you drive?
Armada.
And what color is it?
White.
Okay. And when you got there, did you park in the driveway?
I did.
Okay. I'm asking because we've seen some scene photos with a vehicle,
Yes.
and that Armada that's white is your vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you got there, were there any police there yet?
No, ma'am.
All right. What did you do when you got there?
I asked Leilani if I could go in and help her look because Quentin liked to hide. He would hide from us under the bed. Like he just liked to play like hide and seek. She told me no. Me and my daughter both no. I asked, was the police called?
Trixie, that's not a bad thing though. Nowadays, with all the sicknesses and stuff out there, it's good to be overly sanitary. It's good to be making sure you're washing your hands and all the kids, especially kids, because they get sick so easy. I send mine outside to play in the dirt all the time because the more they do get exposed to like viruses and things while they're little, the better their immune system will be when they grow up. So it's good for them to get sick some. However, it does suck when they are sick. So trying to keep that from happening is always good too. But good hand washing is very necessary in this day and age. Good morning, Sandra Firelight. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Nice to see you. Thank you for spending your Sunday with us.
They said no. Danny said no. And I said, why haven't you called the police? And I told her, I said, call the police. And then she did call the police.
When you got there, was Paul outside?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so Paul, did you later see Paul?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when you got there, it's just Danny and Leilani.
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they?
Under the little carport. They have a little covered carport. There was, like when you pull in their driveway in the back, it's like a little carport.
Okay.
Before you go in to get to the pool and the little play area.
Okay. So are you talking about where cars are parked or like the porch thing behind the house?
When you pull where the cars are parked, but they was kind of standing out from underneath the carport.
Okay. Sort of in the driveway.
Yes.
Okay. So they're standing in the driveway, and what were they doing?
She was standing there smoking a cigarette right after another. She was like screaming.
Okay. At some point, did the police get called?
Yes.
Okay. Was that immediately after you suggested it or later?
I would say a couple minutes. I heard her get on the phone and call the police.
Okay. And did the police show up quickly?
Yes.
All right. After the police arrived,
They didn't
what
for
did you
Maddie.
do, or where did you go?
Paul had come down at that time, and he was letting Zane ride this little car thing. Well, he ended up doing it too fast. Zane fell and slid across the concrete, and I had asked one of the policemen if I could take Zane to my house until all this was kind of, situated, and they told me yes, I could.
Okay. So did you take Zane and go home?
I did.
Okay. And at some point, were you interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that happen?
They did with the Madeline Soto case.
Well, I have
Hours.
cameras, so a gentleman come that worked, and he checked my camera system and asked me questions. And then I was also pulled into the police station by a detective.
Okay. So go do what, like a formal interview?
Yes.
Okay. During the time that you were keeping the kids, did Leilani ever bring them to you to go somewhere other than work?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, she, a couple times she said that she had to run to 204 to go take care of business. And then a couple times we kept them when she was off work that we knew she was going to be off work, but we didn't know what she was doing.
So I question, she's telling the babysitter she's got to go to 204. Like, did the babysitter know that she had substance use issues? And did she tell the babysitter, something along the lines of, I'm getting sick, I need to go see the plug? Can you watch them? Or did she know? Like, I would like to know if the babysitter knew that Leilani was on substances and if Leilani asked her to watch the kids so she could specifically go get some substances. Oh, good morning, Eek. And thank you, Overprotected. That was so sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you. Overprotected said, I love how we all have different interests and you support us all. And we unite here in your beautiful chat room. That's so sweet. Thank you. I really love how we all have different things to talk about too. And all the different perspectives. Thank you. That was so sweet. Thank you so much. Good morning, Eek. It's good to see you. I'm so glad you're here.
Okay. When she would say she was going to 204, did you know what that meant?
No.
Okay. And how long would she be gone when she said she was going to 204?
Maybe 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay. All right. Give me just a moment, okay?
Paranormal Rooster asked, do I have a group Facebook page or somewhere we can meet and talk outside of YouTube? I don't. a lot of people have Discords, and Eek was talking about that. I've never done a Discord, but I've been thinking over the past couple of days about maybe trying to do something like that. So maybe, I'm going to look into, probably later today, I'll look into trying to set something up like that. Yeah, Eek says that's why I said Discord. I'm thinking about trying to set up a Discord for us to meet and talk. I do got more photos in regards to the Madeline Soto case. I've only got about half of those out. So I am going to try to get out another photo video today. But I haven't even started, so I don't know if I'll be able to get it all done today or not. But I will work on setting up a Discord for us to go meet and talk and chat. Oh, I love Halloween. Anything Halloween
Thank you, Ms.
paranormal.
McCarter. That's all the questions that we have, and Defense Counsel may have some.
Thank you.
I didn't know that overprotected. Yeah, I'll get a Discord set up, and we'll once I figure out how to do it, I'll
I'm Martin Hilliard. How are you?
invite
Sir?
everybody.
I'm good. How are you?
Is it safe to assume that you
So this is going to be for the defense. This is going to be Leilani's side questioning the babysitter now. Oh, really, Trixie? Trixie says that you can create multiple chats in there for each case too. Really? I didn't know that. I've never, ever even been on Discord at all, ever, for anything. So I'll definitely look into that. That sounds cool.
prior to October of 2022 already had strong opinions about Leilani's fitness as a mother?
No, sir.
You did not have strong opinions prior to October?
Oh, yes.
So,
Sorry.
so you didn't think she was a good mom, and you were fairly vocal about it, and you didn't hesitate to say something about it when it was on your mind, correct?
Yeah, I didn't think she was a good mom. Thought she was a shitty mom.
Well, there you go. Okay. So that being said,
They're going to try to show her
I'm going to
bias.
ask you. You
what I was
started
just
watching
talking
Quentin
about.
in January to February of 2022,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And everything
yeah.
you just told me, I'm going to ask you.
Paranormal, yeah, I do have a Facebook for this channel. I just don't get on there much. I got on and jumped in the Sebastian Rogers groups, but I just joined a bunch that I saw when I was talking about Sebastian Rogers. I'm trying not to talk about that so much because it's already, everybody's talking about it, and the waters are so muddied in that case. It's ridiculous, in my opinion. But yeah, I do have a Facebook that is allegedly speculating. If you want to send me a friend request or anything, I will friend you on there, and I'll try to get on there more too. Okay, Trixie, cool, thank you.
Ask you what you did. Okay.
Okay.
Well, paranormal also.
Did you ever make any police reports?
If you would rather email it to me, sorry to keep pausing, guys, and talking. I'm gonna play it. If you'd rather email me your Facebook name, you can. My email is allegedly speculating@gmail.com. If you'd rather put it on there.
You.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever make any reports to DFACS? You.
I talked to them. Yes, I did.
That wasn't the question. I asked you if you reported what you were concerned about.
No, because DFACS got in contact with me.
That's again.
No, I did not.
Well, I'm glad
You
your
never
ears
reached
eye
out, and you weren't concerned enough between
Yeah, it's
January and
everywhere.
October
It really
to
is.
do that on your own, were you?
I was very concerned.
But not concerned enough to reach out and make a report.
I didn't have to. They reached out to me.
Okay, paranormal. I'll write
Well,
it
that
down.
being said,
Have a good day,
you
baby.
didn't reach out and make a report, correct?
No, I did not.
All right. So now
Let me read it.
let's talk about the day to day. So you started watching Zane and Quentin in January to February of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many days a week?
5 to 6.
5 to 6
Depending.
days a week. All right. And who was it, and who brought them, and what time would they normally come over to your house in the morning?
Early, around 5:36.
Okay. And who was it that normally brought them?
Danny.
And in the afternoons, what time would they go home?
4:35.
Okay. And who was it that normally picked them up?
Danny.
And over the course of this 8 or 10 month period that we're talking about, January or February of 2022 to October of 2022.
Oh, that's cool. I'm
How many
definitely going to
times
check
would
it
Miss
out.
Simon be the one that dropped him off or picked him up?
I would say a handful of times,
10, 5?
maybe 10.
Okay, so out of a possible 10 times a week for,
Oh, not 10 times a week.
no,
I'm sorry. Okay.
just let me finish. So drop off in the morning, pick up in the afternoon. That's
Mm-hmm.
2 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say it's at least 5 days a week. That's 10 times a week, right? Correct?
Yeah, she didn't come. No, not that much.
I understand. What I'm saying
Okay.
is so there's 10 possible or 12 possible drop-offs or pickups in a week for the kids, right?
Since I was keeping them.
Since you were keeping them.
Yes.
And she would maybe
Without
do
Cozy.
1 a week.
Okay,
Maybe,
overprotected.
yes.
Is that a fair
I
statement?
agree,
Yes.
Penny.
So it's also a fair statement that Danny was the one who mostly did the dropping off and the picking up, correct?
Absolutely.
And if I understand your testimony correct, it's not uncommon for even if she was asleep for the kids to come stay with you, correct?
Correct.
And Danny would be the one that dropped them off even on those days,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
So Danny was the one who mostly
I knew
did
they
the
were gonna
dropping
do
off and
this.
the picking up and the one that interacted with you.
Yes.
That's a fair statement.
Yes.
I haven't listened to this yet, but I think they're about to try to blame the state that Quentin was in with the being, having a poopy diaper and smelling like rotten milk. They're about to blame it on Danny. I bet.
Also stated a minute ago that it was odd that you would get a text not dropping the kids off.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's because even if she was home, she would stay sleeping. Now, who was it that sent you the text on the 5:30 on the morning of October 5th?
Danny.
Okay. And he said the kids were staying home with Leilani, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was odd, was it not?
Yes, because she never kept them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So did that stand out to you as being odd at the time?
No, not. I never thought she would hurt her child. So.
Well, I understand you have your conclusions, but
Mhm.
it was odd that Danny texted that to you, though, wasn't it?
No, I don't think it was odd that he texted it to me.
Well, you just say that you can't have it both ways, Miss.
Well,
McCarty.
no, I think it was odd that she kept them because she never did. But I don't think it was odd that Danny texted to me.
Okay.
Because I had more communication with him than I did her.
Correct, because he was the one who mostly watched the children, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And he was the one who mostly took care of the children,
Yes,
correct?
absolutely.
So that being said, is 90% of the time, he was the one over there care, custody, and control based on what you observed, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that Quentin would be better off at your house.
Wow.
And y'all kept him a lot of times, correct?
Wow. That's messed
Right.
up.
And physically, was Quentin thriving?
Me either.
No. How can a kid thrive that doesn't get shown the love and get food and get everything else that another kid would get? I don't think he was thriving.
My children are singing. Hold on.
Would you be surprised to find out that medically he was?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Now, whenever you responded that day and you came over to the house, you said it was Danny that called you, but is it possible that you were wrong? It might have been Leilani that called you to come over?
No, Leilani did not call me.
Okay. All right. And whenever you got over there, you said she was screaming and upset, correct?
She was screaming, but she wasn't crying. I feel like that if something was to happen to one of my kids, I would be hysterical, and I would also be out looking for my child.
Miss McCarta, do you understand
Yep.
that different people respond to different stressors in different ways?
I just don't. When something's wrong with one of your children, I think you would respond crying, upset, and looking, and calling 911 first before you call anyone else.
I
I'm
mean,
going to ask you, Miss
just
McCarta,
stating the obvious.
you've already formed opinions about Miss Simon at this point in time, correct?
I have.
Okay. And is it possible that you're projecting those opinions onto what her behavior should be according to you?
Absolutely not.
So you
I
think
do
this-
not.
So you think objectively that everybody should act the way you think they should?
No, what she's saying is she thinks that if your child is missing, you should be out looking for them, screaming, hollering, crying. Where is my baby?
No, I don't think everybody should act, but a mother that has children, that you carry them in your stomach by your heart. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't
Nope.
she?
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is you seem to be actually saying, yes, you agree with me. I'm saying you're projecting your opinions and your ideas and your beliefs onto other people.
No,
Is it possible that's what you're doing?
no,
No.
it's not possible when I'm not doing that.
Okay. And who was it that paid you every week, you said?
Sometimes Leilani, sometimes Danny. It would come from their different cash apps.
I wouldn't
So,
either, Posey.
but you, again, there are Cash App records and
Mm-hmm.
so, and they were paid, but not necessarily always regularly, but they paid you.
They did.
Okay. And you also mentioned this thing about giving food. Now, were there separate containers for Zane and separate containers for Quentin, or was it one container of food?
It was, she would bring a bag of food home,
Mhm.
and it would have, they would both want it, but she would always give Zane first. She would always give it to him first, and she would tell Quentin, stop, wait.
All right. And Zane was the older of the two, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken, correct? And
Usually
how old was
it's
Zane at this
younger
point in
you
time?
eat first.
3,
Okay. And how old would Quentin be at this point in time?
10 months maybe.
So, and again, you may have, you may not, but you thought that that was some sort of indicia of preference.
Well, yes, because when you have more than one kid, you would take it inside, you would have it, in plates, and give it to both of them, not just serve one while the other one's crying for the food. You
Right.
would feed both of them.
Well, Ms. McCart, I understand that's what you believe, but you understand other
Oh,
people may
come
believe
on.
differently and
Stop
disagree with
it.
And
That's common sense.
that's okay. They can disagree with me, but if you have kids, you have to do it. You should do it a certain way. I mean, you should feed both of them. You'd want both of your kids to eat, not just one while the other one's crying.
you. Okay, well, but Quentin did get to eat, though, did he not?
Yes, a few minutes later.
All right, but you understand there's a difference between withholding food from a child and feeding the child in a different order than you would do, right?
And like, why would you do that other than to see the child sit there and suffer? Why would you sit there and have one eating while the other one's crying to eat instead of just splitting it in half and giving some to both of them, unless you just wanted to see that child sit there and cry for the food? It doesn't make sense. Like, that's sadomasochism. To just sit there and watch the baby cry while the other one's eating. Wow. WTF.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you,
Okay.
Solo. Good morning. I'm sorry, love. I just saw you. Exactly, Solo. For spite. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for being here.
Ms. Parker, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. McCarter, you're excused, ma'am. Thank you.
Me too. Yep. Eek. Jenny. Yep. Cozy. Yep.
Yes, she may. So, Ms. McCarter, you are excused. You can remain or you can leave. Thank you. Mhm. The state may call its next witness.
All right. Let's see who's next. I'm going to skip through 2 important witnesses.
Jenny Cox.
Oh, this is an undercover detective. Let's see what they have to say. This should be interesting.
Yes, I did.
Oh, hold on. Let me back it up a little bit.
Sit with the three of them at different times just while the interviews were being conducted.
When did
Oh.
you join the Chatham County Police Department to begin with?
I was hired in
Thank you for
September
being here,
of
fellow.
2020.
And are you from the local area?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. Where are you from?
I was originally born in the Memphis area in Tennessee.
Now, let me draw your attention to October of 2022, the beginning of this investigation, okay?
Yes, sir.
You were a detective at that time.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about October 5th specifically, and what, if any, involvement you had on that day.
During the day of October 5th of 2022, I originally stayed at our detective's office, which is located at our Islands precinct on Whitmarsh Island. I assisted with the first search warrant for the residents of 535 Buckhalter Road.
Were you out there with Detective Kiana Robbins, whom we heard from a few days ago?
Yes, sir, I was.
And I think we introduced the search
I don't know.
warrant for the
Trixie is
house
here,
and
but let me know if
evidence
she's important. I'm going to
through
skip through it.
her. You said you assisted in preparing that.
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
We gathered the facts that was relayed to us by the detectives who were on scene that day. And we
This one.
gathered those facts, wrote them up in an affidavit to present the affidavit to the judge to request a search warrant for the residents to gather more evidence.
Now, from the Islands Precinct CID offices, at some
Okay,
point, did
we're
you
gonna
go the
skip to
Chatham
the
County
next
Police
detective.
Department headquarters?
This is where they show the pictures of her going to the trash can, I believe. Hold on.
Here's how I run a
Hold on just a minute. Okay, thank you, Trixie. I was gonna ask you which detective was important, but I'm gonna skip to this one that talks about the dumpster.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yeah, Corporal Deshaun Williams, Savannah Police Department Forensics Unit.
Normal spelling with Williams.
We're
Yep.
gonna skip this to right here, and then it's gonna get ready to talk about the
Apple
dumpster.
ID is simonleilani2@gmail.com. The second is a Android SM-S134DL. Samsung likes to use weird things for their phone names. It does not appear to have, because it's not an Apple, it doesn't have an email address associated with it. It's an Android phone.
Could you tell the phone number of that phone from looking at that screenshot?
Solo, it's very possible, and it wouldn't surprise me to learn that he did.
You
Or
see
that
it
he
on that
can.
That's it. 910, you have to forgive me, my eyes are not what they used to be. 910-729-1458.
So would that be the screenshot of Daniel, first opening frame of Daniel Youngkin's?
Yes, it's a Samsung.
And then what about the third page?
The third is another Android operating system phone. It is a Motorola G Pure. The phone number is 912-658-6410.
And would that be Paul's?
That is going to be Paul Simon's phone.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 53.
Okay.
And I want to publish these and just briefly have you kind of walk us on to where you're seeing this stuff, okay?
Okay.
Really, Jenny?
All right, so this is the first page. We're going to zoom way in. In this pink box right here,
I've tried to keep it here so we can
You see
the
some dates there?
pictures.
Yes, sir.
what do those dates refer to?
Those are the dates when the extraction started and then when the extraction was over with.
All right, we see October 5th there.
Yes, sir.
And this is for which phone now?
This is for the iPhone XX Max, which I believe was Leilani Simon's phone.
All right, moving down a little bit. The Apple ID indicates as much.
Yes, you have to include an email address. If anybody's familiar with Apple, you have to have an Apple ID, an email address associated with it.
All right, and is there somewhere on this list of identifiers where we can see what the phone number is. Does it include some photographs of these of azalea that were taken by your forensics unit?
Yes, sir.
I'm just
And does it
thinking
include
ahead
some
because I didn't feel
screenshots
like
from
it was
Google
pertinent.
Maps to help orient the jury on where these cameras are located and which direction they're pointing?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 50.
Okay, Trixie, is the replay pertinent to me right now? Do I need to get it and
Can I
play it?
ask to publish at this time? Your Honor?
Thank you, Trixie. So Jenny said Leilani's phone moved around 1 or 1:30. Danny's phone stayed until 5 a.m. for work. Thank you, Jenny, for letting me know. So I think that was about all we learned from that, or we're going to hear it later. Okay, cool, Trixie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Before we get into the nuts and bolts of this, can you just kind of summarize broad?
Trixie, I'm going to make you a mod with Jenny because you've been helping me out so much, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to have you and Jenny be mods. Sometimes Jenny can't be here, and maybe y'all could both help me in that aspect. And that way there's two, so that if one person can't be here, the other one can. Y'all have a lot of information. Eek, I'll do the same for you two.
Broadly for us,
Yes, sir.
what this presentation and the video footage contained in it are going to show as to the defendant's movement shortly after 1 a.m. on October 5th.
Yes, sir, I can. Would it help to stand our point?
Sure. Yeah, you can stand up. Tony.
So the video is concentrated in this area right here.
I'm just gonna ask you, Sergeant,
Yes.
you can just be mindful of keeping your voice up. We have
Yes,
to
ma'am.
have it trying to get something down.
This is the area that the video was collected from. The new ride auto is almost right on the corner of Buckhalter and 17 or Beachy Road. The way the Google map did it was it took you to the center of Azalea Mobile Home Park, but the office is approximately right here.
And what's it going to show in terms of what that vehicle did? Just tight summary.
It shows it come in. It shows it come in the main road and continue down. And we lose track of it. It goes out of frame somewhere in here. And then we pick up a vehicle over on the exit. And then we see it come and then exit Azalea Mobile Home Park. It makes a left-hand turn. Makes another left-hand turn at Buckhalter Road where new ride auto is about right here. They have a camera pointing this way, and you can see it head south on Buckhalter.
Back in the direction of 535 Buckhalter.
Yes, sir.
Now, is this video footage going to show that vehicle stationary at the dumpsters for any period of time during that trip?
Yes, sir.
For about how long? Give or take.
Could have been 35, 45 seconds.
One moment, please. All right. So with that preview, slide 1, what are we looking at here? What does this show?
So this is just an overall map of the area from 535 Buckhalter Road to Azalea Mobile Home Park. Google Maps is estimating that it's
Jenny, I just sent you an email, hun.
2.7 miles.
Buckhalter Road is the L shape here.
You don't
Yes,
have to read it now.
So
just
even though
take
there's
your
a
time.
turn there, does it remain Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir. It's a pretty sizable dog leg to the right.
Now, this road running kind of diagonal on the top left, this larger road, what is that?
That is Ogeechee Road. Some people call it highway. Well, it's a U.S. Highway 17, but a lot of locals call it Ogeechee Road.
And you said that the video footage is concentrated in this area at the top, like the Buckhalter Ogeechee Road intersection.
Yes, sir.
Now, moving on to the next slide, where have we moved here?
So this is the intersection of Buckhalter Road and Highway 17 or Ogeechee Road. That is where the new ride auto is approximately right here. There is La my Spanish isn't good. It's a Hispanic restaurant and grocery store right here.
Okay.
And then you head down and take a right at 4711.
No,
to
you
go past
can't.
the Chevron station that's right here, and that takes you directly into those.
Oh, you're good, Jenny.
Now, the next
You're welcome,
slide,
Trixie.
Does this slide show the locations of the buildings from which you obtained?
You can't deny this evidence they have. And while I don't I'm more interested in hearing about from the people that personally knew her. I think it's important because I know at some point in this trial they showed the dumpster and all of that stuff, and her like a video of her throwing this poor baby out like yesterday's trash. And I wanted to see that, so I'm trying to like listen to that, and I like to see the text messages and stuff and give my thoughts on that. So I'm listening to it for that
The
reason.
video footage?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And can we see Ogeechee Road in this image?
Yes, it is the 4-lane with a divider running almost horizontally at the top of the screen.
And do you see the marker there for New Ride Auto?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you again,
Is
Trixie,
that
for the email. I'm
Buckhalter
looking at
Road
them now.
immediately to the left of that?
Yes, sir, that is. It's running north and south at that point from the vantage point you have.
Now, can we see the chevron in this image?
Yes, sir.
And where is it? I'm sorry I keep
It's
asking
all
you
right.
to get up, but that might be the easiest way to do it.
So this is the Chevron convenience store. These are the gas pumps for the Chevron station. Again, the store, gas pumps for the Chevron station.
Okay, for the record, that's, trying to think of the best way to do this. That would be above the left side of the yellow marker for the Azalea Management Office. If you go along the left side of that marker and go up, you see the white square, and that's the chevron. And then above that is the parking lot and pumps for the chevron.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, this next slide, what intersection is this?
This is the intersection of Buckhalter Road, which is running north and south vertically across the screen. That is Ogeechee Road, Highway 17 running horizontally.
And do you see that structure with the yellow arrow pointing off of it?
Yes, sir, I do.
Now, that yellow arrow is something that we added, right, in PowerPoint.
Yes.
And what does that arrow signify?
That arrow signifies a camera that is mounted on that building.
And what is that building again?
That is a New Ride Auto.
Where does that camera point?
It points towards the primarily Buckhalter Road on the corner of the intersection
Okay.
and the entrance to Buckhalter.
Now, this next slide, can we back out to where we see both of the structures that we're going to talk about footage from, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the next slide, you mentioned that you got camera footage from cameras mounted on the management shed at Azalea.
Yes.
I've now advanced again, so we see one arrow on the left side kind of pointing up. Do you see how that arrow is sort of on the edge of a white structure?
Yes, sir.
What is that white structure?
The white structure is the rental office for Azalea Mobile Home Park.
And what does that yellow arrow signify?
It is pointing in the direction of the camera, which we downloaded video from.
Okay, so does this yellow arrow signify one of the cameras from which you obtained video footage at that place?
Yes, sir.
Now, the monitoring system where you can look at the footage from these cameras, where is that?
It is located inside the rental office.
The same building that the cameras are hanging off of?
Yes, sir.
I've advanced again. Now we see a second yellow arrow pointing more or less in the other direction, right?
Yes, sir.
What does this arrow signify?
So this arrow signifies a second camera that is pointed down the entrance road to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right, so we're at 2 Azalea cameras now, right?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to travel, south on that road, would you pass through the frame of one camera and into the frame of another pretty much immediately?
Yes, sir. They're very close together.
I've advanced again, and now we see a third arrow pointing kind of like down and to the right and down a little bit on this slide. What does that arrow signify?
That is the third camera that we pulled video from. If you follow the arrow down and to the right, you might see this. You might see this greenish area, this brownish area.
Like in the extreme bottom right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what is there?
That is where the waste collection point is, the dumpsters.
Okay, so this is the part I've been waiting for. I've just been quiet because there's not much to say about, what he's talking about. We're just basically getting a layout and an understanding about what he's going to talk about and the locations of everything. So As soon as I really want to see the video. So as soon as I have something to talk about, I will. I don't want y'all to think I'm not here.
For the community.
What is this? You see this? What looks like a white car here?
Yes.
All right. And then to the above that, the white structure that you described as the management office, I think.
Yes, sir.
What is this sort of triangular area here?
It's kind of a maintenance yard. They appear to keep maintenance equipment in there and what have you, skid steers, just different types of maintenance equipment.
And is this yard bounded by a fence?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe that fence?
I call it a hurricane fence. It's a metal fence. And of note was that it had some green slats running through it.
And this triangular yard here, just north of that white maintenance shed, what's it bounded by on the other side of the fence?
Sure.
What is this here?
Oh, that is the exit road to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Okay, so is it fair to say that if you want to come into Azalea, you come down this road here
Yes.
on the left,
Yes.
and then if you want to get out, you can go out this way?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Is this a one-way street or two-way street?
It is a one-way street.
Okay, so it's a two-way street or a one-way street to exit.
Yes.
Okay. And dumpsters are over here in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yes, sir.
What is the field of view like from this camera that's oriented in the direction of the maintenance yard and the dumpster? If you look at footage from that camera, what are you looking at?
You can look down the road. There is a fence, obviously the fence we've been talking about, but if you look right to the top of the fence, you will be able to see a lot further down the road.
If you come in on that entrance road, it's on kind of the left side of the frame, is it possible in Azalea to do sort of a complete loop that takes you out on the exit road that you described?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said earlier that's sort of how you're supposed to go in.
That's how you're supposed to. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I've gone back to where we're only looking at this. I've advanced to where we're looking at the single arrow pointed up, and that signifies the first camera that you were talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. In this next slide, where we see, it looks like we're looking at the monitor for a security system and an iPhone. What are we looking at here?
So that is the camera from the arrow that y'all just saw on the Google map, pointing towards, in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the Chevron station building. And out here, you'll see Ogeechee Road.
All right, you're indicating towards the top right of
Yes,
the
sir.
image. So does this camera
They're indicating
cars entering?
they're indicating that the camera time is off because this camera says that it's 11:37 and it's actually 12:21. So that's what they're setting up for you to understand there. Okay, and then they do the same thing with this camera, and then they go to break. Hold on just a minute. So here you see this camera says 11:01 and it's actually 12:22. That's all they're setting up there. It's going to skip. I'm going to skip ahead. And I think now we're going to be to where we see the video. So I'll go to right here.
Is that New Ride Auto camera?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then slide 17. This is a video clip, right?
Yes, sir. This is the video camera angle from New Ride Auto pointing towards Buckhalter.
So I'm assuming because this camera says 1:16 a.m. It's actually like what would it be? 2:40 or 2:45 a.m. They're going to talk about it, I'm sure. I wanted to pause and give you guys a trigger warning because if this is the video, it's going to be very triggering. Looks like somebody's yard though. I could be wrong. Either way, trigger warning.
And you can also see a little bit of 17.
And what time is this footage from?
The timestamp says 1:16 and 15 seconds on Wednesday.
October 5th, 2022.
Yes.
All right. What are we going to see in this clip?
You're going to see a vehicle pass through your view on the road.
On which road is it going to be?
Okay, so disregard what I just
Buckhalter.
said.
In what direction is it going to be traveling?
It's going to be traveling
Accept the trigger
northbound or
warning.
towards Ogeechee Road.
And when it hits that intersection of Buckhalter and Ogeechee Road, what is it going to do?
It will take a right.
And what type of vehicle does it appear to you to be?
It appears to be a Dodge Journey, a light colored Dodge Journey.
There goes Leilani.
Now, this series of video clips is in chronological order of when the events occurred, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
So at this point, that Dodge Journey is taking a right onto Ogeechee Road from Buckhalter Road, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, moving to slide 18, we see the two source buildings marked again. In slide 19, this shows the position and orientation of the first camera that we're going to see footage from, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, can we see the overhang for the Chevron pumps up there in the top left area?
Yes, sir, in the top right, top left.
And are those some U-Hauls next to that kind of reflecting?
Yes, I think at the time they were running U-Hauls at that establishment.
In that timestamp that says 23:56, that's 80 to 81 minutes slow, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if it says 23:56 and you add 80 to 81 minutes, you get like 1:17 a.m. or so
Yes, sir.
on October 5th, 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is this clip going to show?
It's going to show a vehicle approach from the left side of the screen, and then it will make a right-hand turn on the entrance to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Does it appear to be the same vehicle as in the last clip we just watched?
It does.
And this would have been just seconds after that clip we just watched, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, slide 21, this signifies the camera pointing the other way.
Yes, sir, it does.
And I think you mentioned earlier that a vehicle driving into Azalea would pass through the field of view of the camera we just watched footage from into the field of view of this camera.
Yes, sir.
Now, the next slide, what are we going to see here?
You're going to see a vehicle enter from the right-hand side of the screen and then go all the way across the screen and exit the left-hand side of the screen.
Now, we looked at that image earlier of that right turn that you can take with the red arrows.
Yes, sir.
And can you see that street where you would take a right? That's in this frame.
Yes, sir, it does.
Does the vehicle take a right on that road or not?
No, it does not.
And does the vehicle that we're about to see seem to be the same one from the previous vehicle?
It seems to myself, it seems to be the same vehicle.
Yeah, this clip would just be like a second or two after that one.
Yes, yes.
All right, same vehicle. driving
The cameras are right next to each other.
Okay.
There she goes. You're supposed to release the brakes when you hit the speed bump, because you're going to tear the brakes up.
Now, you mentioned earlier that if you drive in this way that we've just watched this car do, you can make a loop and take that one-way exit road.
Yes, sir. It's a loop. There's several
Let's
roads
talk
that
about-
bisect it, but you have to go to that other road to exit.
Is this the way we?
Dumb criminals. Like, you knew you'd be on camera. I mean, I don't know where else, if you were going to unfortunately do what she did, like, and dispose of the person. I don't know where else she could have done it, but you knew you were going to be on camera, and you go to the one you use all the time for your household trash. Like, dumb criminals.
We just saw this car drive. Is that the way that you would drive to make that loop
Yes,
that takes you past the dumpsters and to that one-way exit road?
that is the full loop. Yes, sir.
Now, what is this here?
Appears to be a still image of the vehicle that we just watched on the video.
And what is this next slide here, slide 24?
This is a Dodge Journey that is sitting in, I believe, the technical garage of the FBI building.
Is that the Dodge Journey that was towed from 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does that Dodge Journey that was towed from the house and photographed at the FBI office, does that appear to be consistent with the vehicle that we're seeing in this security footage?
Yes, sir, it does. I pay particular attention to what we call the back part. If you can see the slant and the angle, there's certain things you look at when you've been looking at cars for a very long time on video that you try to key in on, even though the video is somewhat pixelated. The tire, the area of the tire appears to be the same. The angle of the light appears to be the same.
Now, this next slide, slide 25, this signifies the location of that camera that catches the dumpsters at the top of the front field of view.
Yes.
Now, what are we going to see here?
So what you're going to see here is you're going to see some brightness, and I'll stand.
Sure, yeah.
You're going to see some brightness. Again, I'll bring your attention to this cat skid steer. Here's the fallen down traffic sign. Again, you're looking in this area right here. And that's kind of orientates you.
And you said you're going to see some brightness. Does it appear to you to be vehicle headlights?
Yes, it does.
And are those vehicle headlights moving continuously throughout this video clip or not?
No, sir, they're not.
Can you tell us for about how long they appear to be stationary?
Would help if I wasn't muted. For us, we know this, right? But they have to be very technical and lay it out for the jury. So while it's kind of boring, I think it's important to see all these videos and this evidence we have of what she did.
I think I said earlier, I misspoke. I believe it's probably around 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 seconds, something like that.
And based on the pictures that we've looked at so far, what area of the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza do those apparent vehicle headlights appear to be stationary at for 2 minutes or so?
Judging by where they're stationary and knowing what I do.
I'm glad it's not to you, Zaya. It's not to me either. I like to look at this stuff too, but I feel like for some people it might be. So that's why I said something. I'm glad that you don't find it boring. I love looking at this stuff too. I just worry about some people might find it boring, but it is pertinent to the trial and to set up the the scene of the crime.
From the white vehicle being parked there, I believe it to be in the area of the dumpsters.
Now, initially, when you're just seeing headlights stationary in the area of the dumpsters, are you able to tell what vehicle that is at that point?
No, sir.
Is there a point in this video
Oh yeah,
clip
love, you're
where
good.
you do get a good look at that vehicle?
Yes, sir. I believe so. If the jury remembers, I spoke of a hurricane fence and the slats going through them. These are, angled green slats we've probably all seen in the construction sites. It's supposed to somewhat obscure what's behind the fence. But when a vehicle or when anything is moving behind it, you get an idea better when that object is moving. So you'll see right in here.
What is the vehicle doing at that point? Which direction is it headed? What road is it on? And so
It's headed towards the exit.
Is it on that one-way exit
Yes,
road
it
you
is.
described?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Christy.
It
It
runs
really
along
is.
the top side of that yard.
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, when you get a look at it at that point, does it appear to you to be the same vehicle that we've been seeing in all these other video clips?
It does.
With that preview, I'll go ahead and play the video clip on slide 26 here.
Vistaprint, we print the best invitations at 50% off. So all our invites start at under $1 because your wedding.
Hold on just a minute. Y'all hear Basil chewing? He's chewing on some paper.
Now, at this point, we're about halfway into this video clip. At this point, do those headlights appear to be stationary in the area of the dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
When they appear to start moving to you and making that movement that you were describing to us, will you just let us know and kind of narrate to us what that
Okay, so the headlights are going to be here. This up here in the corner is what we're looking at because it took me a minute.
vehicle is doing and where it's heading?
Okay, it's now moving. As you can tell, there's some light shining off the building, and obviously you see now the car comes into view. You can see it pass what appears to be the same vehicle, a crossover vehicle, which is what a Dodge Journey is classified as, a crossover.
And which direction, like where would this vehicle be heading at this point?
Logically, it'd be heading out, exiting the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next slide, slide 27, this is the first Azalea camera that we talked about, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
This is the one that captures the entrance from Ogeechee Road of vehicles going into Azalea and the exit from Azalea onto Ogeechee Road of vehicles leaving, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And this next slide, slide 28, is some footage from that camera, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what are we going to see here?
You're going to see a car come in from the right-hand side of the screen, make a right-hand turn, and then up at Ogeechee Road or Highway 17, you'll see it make a left-hand turn.
Now, initially, when you see, I guess, the headlights of that car or maybe the car itself, what road is it going to be on? Is it going to be on that one-way exit road?
Yes, it's kind of a triangle, but it's on the exit part of it.
And it's going to make a right onto the Azalea Road that comes off of Ogeechee and then a left onto Ogeechee Road itself.
Yes, sir, it will.
It's hard for me to watch that because, you know, just seeing the amount of time that she stayed there, and we got to remember that they paused it. I mean, she literally just pulled up, threw that baby away and just drove off like it was nothing to her. And that is so sad. Like, I wouldn't throw a dang fly I killed away that quick. Well, maybe I would, but you know what I mean? Like any kind of life, an animal that maybe got ran over by a car, or, you know, you found one of your chickens got eaten by a fox or something, like you wouldn't even throw them away that fast. You know what I mean? It's like just complete disregard for human life.
Well,
Hello, Amanda. Welcome. I think I've seen you in
Does it come to
here
a complete
before.
stop?
Welcome
yes,
back.
it's coming
Welcome
in.
back.
It
Yeah,
is
I know
signaling that
you.
it's turning,
Welcome back.
going to turn
Thank you for being here today.
to the left. And now it's turned.
Now, from the footage that we've watched to this point, did that vehicle appear to stop at the Chevron on the way in or
No.
on the way out from Azalea?
No, sir, it did not.
Now, did you also get video footage from the Chevron itself?
We did pull video from the Chevron station.
And did you look at that video footage to see whether it somehow showed the vehicle stopping at the Chevron station on either end of the strip?
It showed what this video shows.
Does it essentially just show it driving by the Chevron?
Yes, sir, it does.
And then later out of Azalea?
Yes.
Now, moving on to slide 30, we're back at New Ride Auto here, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
The Ogeechee Road Buckalter intersection.
Yes.
And what are we going to see in this video clip at slide 31?
You'll see a vehicle approach from the right-hand side of the screen, and it will make a left-hand turn onto Buckalter Road.
Does it appear to be the same vehicle that we've been watching for the last?
It appears to be.
a little glitchy. Let's try that again, see if it works better. What time are we at here?
It is 1:22:45 in the morning on Wednesday, 10/5/2022.
Now, with that,
Trixie, we just did that. We just did that not too long ago. Trying to get all the summer stuff out and packed up and all that.
right turn on the Buckhalter there, I'm sorry, left turn on the Buckhalter there, would that take you back to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, if you followed Buckhalter Road, it would take you back there.
I mean, and it's just so devastating for me to see how fast she just tossed that baby away and then just driving around like nothing's wrong at 1:30 in the daggone morning.
One moment, please, John.
It's another day.
No further questions, John.
Let's see what the defense has to say. How are they going to defend that?
Sergeant Coleman, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Good. Just got a couple of questions. You're more technologically advanced than I am.
I don't know.
Well, I call my daughter in college for computer help.
I
So
understand.
in terms of collection of cell phone information,
Yes, sir.
my understanding is there's a computer program which you know how to operate.
Yes, sir.
I think your words were you plug it in and let the machine do its thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your job is to be the technical guy who is able to download that stuff, for lack of a more precise term.
Yes, sir.
And then provide it to the detectives for interpretation.
Yes.
Okay. And you used a phrase in terms of the videos that we've been talking about for the last few minutes, out of frame. Tell us what that means, please.
When I say out of frame, I meant out of frame of the physical television.
Zaya says it absolutely guts me every time I see a pic of them next to each other. First, she doesn't deserve that, meaning Quentin. And second, he looks like his mama, and she didn't deserve that either. And I could not agree with you more. That is a perfect way to put things. I agree with you 100%. I wish she would have went to rehab or sought some kind of help. And if she just had no attachment to that baby, there was plenty of other people around that would have taken him in and loved him, in my opinion. And I wish that had happened and we weren't even here talking about this today, to be honest. Trixie, I love to donate clothes, like what you were saying, but there's red mud here like everywhere. So usually their clothes, like especially their play clothes, I can't donate them. Now their little dresses and stuff, I will, when they outgrow them.
So if it's out of frame, anyone who's looking at it, trying to interpret it, can't really see what's going on.
That would be correct.
Cooking for one doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and Cozy, the perps do get irritated when they're hit with like evidence they can't deny. They just get pissed off because they know they can't deny it. Like there's no denying that shit, girl.
You said that most of the video, at least that I think I watched, other than the references of where cameras were, the actual video of cars really moving and things was pretty dark.
It is dark in there at night. Yes, sir.
And I think we were talking about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the vehicles that you've seen, at least the ones that I saw, I want you to tell me if I'm wrong. Those videos that you were referencing, I didn't see anybody get in a vehicle or get out of it.
Oh, wow, Trixie.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
I'll
we see
check that
cars
out.
moving or just parked.
Yes.
And in terms of identifying vehicles, I think you said that there was a picture of the Dodge Journey, and I think it's the FBI.
Yes, in their tech lab. Yes.
Thank you. Didn't want to call it the FBI garage.
It basically is.
What you actually said was that picture was consistent with the vehicle that we have seen some pictures of moving.
I believe it to be.
Okay. Consistent means kind of looks like it, but you can't be absolutely sure it's the same vehicle, can you?
Oh, stop it.
I believe it to be the same make and model. Yes, sir.
Because it's consistent
in color.
It's consistent with what you saw in the FBI place.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
There are a couple slides on here that I neglected to ask you about because I momentarily thought we had come to the end. Going to slide 32, what structure are we seeing here?
So this is a single wide mobile home. I believe it's, can't remember the lot number. For some reason 13 is sticking in my head, but I could be wrong on that.
Where is
Yeah,
it?
the
in
pine
reference-
straws are there.
Is it
Damn
at
roof's
Azalea
gonna
Mobile
fall
Home
in.
Plaza?
Yes, sir.
Where
All
is
that
it in
wetness
relation to
sitting
the
up there.
dumpsters?
If I was taking this picture and I turned around 180 degrees, the dumpsters are right there.
Okay, so this picture is taken essentially from the dumpsters.
Yes, sir.
Now, zooming in on that, at slide 33, what are we looking at there over the window?
So right above the window is it's a camera, a video camera, and it stores. It's not the kind
Yeah.
of video camera that has a central storage area. It has what's
Exactly, Trixie. Like, I understand that he's trying to prove reasonable doubt, which, I mean, it could be somebody else technically. So there is a little bit of reasonable doubt, but it still doesn't change all the other evidence. I mean, I don't know. They found his skull at the landfill. And if you are going to say that it wasn't her throwing him away, well, how did his skull end up at the landfill? Like, what are you saying happened between him being alive and well and his skull ended up at the landfill? If it wasn't somebody, even if you were going to go with it was Danny, somebody driving that vehicle and throwing him away. I said I didn't mean it like that. Throwing that poor baby away. You know what I mean?
what's called an SD card, and I think of it as a little hard drive. Okay, you pull it out,
Yes,
you can
thank
put
you,
it in a
Jenny, for
computer,
saying that.
and then
Thank
watch
you
the
for sharing
video.
your thoughts.
It doesn't have its own computer with it. It was explained to me by the manager of Azalea Mobile Home Park that they own that camera, but that the man that actually owns the trailer allowed them to keep it there. They were not sure if it worked or not, but obviously because of its proximity, we were very interested in it. We were given permission to take the camera by the property management. We looked at the camera, we took the SD card out. I could use the term corrupted. This camera is not made for outside, and we all live in Savannah. It's humid, it's hot. This is not a ruggedized camera, and we were not able to pull any images or video from.
Oh
this
yeah,
camera.
good point.
Once you had taken a crack at it, did you give that camera or the SD?
So yeah, we can use the phone to GPS locate her location, and it shows that she left. So even if you're going to say reasonable doubt with it might not be her vehicle, well, where the hell did she go? And if the GPS locates her phone being on that road at 1 whatever in the morning, and there's no other vehicles there that look like hers, then, obviously you can't have reasonable doubt with that.
SD card in it or both to the FBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
To see whether they could do any more than you were able to do.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you mentioned it's not designed for outdoor use. Is it an indoor camera?
It's an indoor camera.
And is it something like it had been put up by the manager to deter illegal dumping?
That's what she explained to me.
Okay. Just to be clear, was this something, we watched a bunch of video from like the commercial system at the property management office, right?
Right.
And all those cameras work and everything, barring the timestamp issue. Was this camera a part of or tied into that, commercial system?
No, sir, it was not.
Something totally different.
Yes.
And you guys took it and did what you could with it.
We did what we could with it. Yes, sir.
But you were ultimately not able to recover any footage from it from the night of the 4th?
I was not. No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please.
Exactly, Jenny. Thank you.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, thank you. You may step down and you're excused.
All right, let's see what's next. We got another police officer, or that might be him. Yeah, another police officer. Looks like they show some pictures.
It's a great time for a break.
They talk about the inside of the house.
Want to
We're
become
gonna-
an Arctic warrior? Want to challenge your limits in this
Hold
land
on
of ice?
just a minute. I want to skip to where this other officer talks about the inside layout of the house, and then we'll skip ahead to anything else at the end. I know there's some pictures of text messages at the end. Okay, give me my little box here. Oh, might help if I turn the
can
volume.
reach a camera or whatnot. And then it will go into how they would describe each sensor. For this sake, sensor 1 was described as front door, sensor 2 was described as dining room, and
Okay.
sensor 3 was described as living room.
So this is going to talk about the sensors and the door being opened and the fact that it wasn't open from the time that she left or Paul came home, I would assume, until Danny left for work. And she said that Quentin left, but the front door wasn't opened again after Danny left to go to work until 9:30 in the morning when she was on the phone with Danny saying that Quentin went out the door.
Your Honor,
Well,
this time
yeah.
I would introduce into evidence states exhibit 58 and 50. 59 is the ADT records that you got back?
Yes, sir.
All right, I would introduce states 58 and 59.
Having reviewed both, Judge, no objection.
Those are admitted.
Now, let me ask you this. You get these records from ADT, and I understand that you said they have a business record certification with them. We have heard, I think, some interview footage of the defendant claiming that the front door sensor wasn't working properly at the time or something along those lines. Did you do anything yourself to ascertain, to verify whether these records are reliable, whether the statements in the records about when a door opened or closed is something that you can rely on and seems to be true?
Yeah, so what I did, I reviewed BWC footage from the officers that were on scene, and given the doors being open so actively, I thought it was a good source. Well, our BWCs, they're also time-stamped as well. I was able to timestamp one of the officers, Officer Jepson, when he walks into the house with Danny. It was the dining room door at 10:01, and then it correlated with his BWC. Also, there was another when Lieutenant Foster was messing with the front door at 10:16. I was able to review Voss's BWC, which cooperated with, it was timestamped 10:16 as well.
Okay. So after cross-checking opening and closing of the door that you can see on some of these responding officers' cameras against the entries that you're seeing in the ADT records, do you believe those records to be accurate and these sensors could have been working properly at that time?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that these records are in like kind of a spreadsheet format. Have you done anything to create a visual aid to show the jury when the various doors in this house open and close, or just opened, or just closed after having been opened?
Yeah, the PowerPoint was created with a layout of the house, and then the front door, living room door, and dining room door is labeled through slides indicating when one door was open and closed and one door was open, vice versa.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 60, or perhaps it's just a disc? I don't remember.
It's labeled ADT PowerPoint. It's 60, yes.
Now, have you reviewed the contents of that disc?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it contain the presentation that you've just described?
That's correct.
And do the contents of that presentation accurately reflect what the ADT records themselves say?
Yes.
Do you believe that presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer States Exhibit 60 at this time and ask permission to publish it.
No objection, Judge.
60 is admitted, and you may publish.
So we're going to see where the door sensors are, I do believe, and it shows the layout of the house. Yeah, it's right here. He's getting it ready.
Now, do you agree with me that this presentation is not the most exciting thing in the world?
Absolutely.
You ready to rip through it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at on the first slide?
So from my right to your left, this is Leilani and Danny's room. I'm gonna get a little closer.
Yeah, you can step down if you want to just.
So this is Leilani and Danny's room. This is the first floor of the house. I don't have the second floor. And all we're caring about is the front, dining room, and living room door. Front door will be right. These right here are just windows. I know they look like doors, but it's just the way they look. Front door will be right here. Dining room door right here, and the living room door is going to present itself right here. And the stars are actually where the doors would be.
And is each successive slide going to represent essentially an entry from these ADT records?
Correct.
Now, the first entry, what is the date and time for this? For each of these, why don't you just tell us the date, time, and what door is showing activity and what that activity is, okay? So we're on slide 2 here.
Okay. So we're going to start with October 4th. This is going to be 4:16 p.m. Down below is when the dining room door opens and closes.
Slide 3.
Like,
It's October 4th at 4:28 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 4.
October 4th at 4:40 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
this is pretty damning evidence, girl. Like, again, talking about dumb criminals. Like, I mean, you got sensors on all the daggum doors, and you're going to try to state that the baby ran out the door. I mean, it's pretty obvious with the, I mean, and you knew there was sensors on the doors. So, again, going back to dumb criminals.
Slide 5.
October 4th at 4:43 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
So still like mid to late afternoon at this point.
Correct.
Slide 6.
At 5:29 on October 4th, the front door is closed.
Now, can I presume from that that there was an earlier entry showing that door being open but not closed?
Yes, the presentation didn't go far back enough, but on the ATT records do reflect that the front door was opened prior and was not closed, and that's why it's just now showing it closed.
Okay. Slide 7.
On October 4th at 5:45 p.m., the dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 8.
At 17:52 on October 4th, the front door is opening and closing, along with the dining room door is opening and closing.
Now, does this mean that these events happened at the exact same time, or does it mean something different?
No, it happened within minute. It happened within the minute. The AT records does not break down seconds. So there will be repeated like front door opening and closing at some times. That's why it will reflect. There's further into the presentation, there'll be another slide like this, but it only would break down 5:52 between, 5:52 that both these doors open before 5:53 hit.
So what he's saying there is that, like, it doesn't say like at 5:52 and 13 seconds the door was open, and then at 5:52 and 20 seconds the door was closed. What he's saying is that it'll show that the door was opened at 5:52 and closed at 5:52, because it's not giving us the seconds after the minute with the hour, if that makes sense.
And closed as well, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that where there's no special notation, that each of these stars represents the door opening and closing in the same entry?
Yeah, so for the most part, a lot of the entries, we use basically the blinking star. It's common. You open the door, you close it right away because you're just going through. So just the blinking star means opening and closing.
Okay. And does this presentation specify where a door is open but not closed?
That is correct.
Slide 9.
October 4th at 5:55 p.m., the dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 10.
October 4th at 6:26 p.m., the door is left open.
Which door?
The front door, sorry.
All right. And so at this time, the door is open but not closed.
Correct.
Slide 11.
On October 4th at 6:44 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room
Okay, Jeannie.
is open and closed.
Slide 12.
On October 4th at 7:19 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 13.
On October 4th at 7:19 p.m., the front door is open and closed.
Slide 14.
On October 4th at 7:43 p.m., the dining room door is open and closed. On October
This is, just for the record, this is slide 15.
On October 4th, 7:46 p.m., the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 16.
October 4th at 7:59 p.m., the door is left open,
Which door?
the front door.
Slide 17.
On October 4th at 8:41 p.m., the front door is closed.
Okay, and that was after having been left open on the previous slide.
Correct.
Slide 18.
On October 4th at 9:41 p.m., the front door is opened.
Slide 19.
On October 4th at 10:11 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 20.
On October 4th at 10:11 p.m., the front door is open.
So you can see the time change right
Slide
here.
21.
On
It
October
says
4th at
open and
10:22
closed.
p.m., the front door is still open. And then the dining room door is open and closed.
And Your Honor, I will note for the court, at this time, we've introduced this exhibit only on a disc. I do intend to print a paper version of this presentation and add it into evidence at a convenient time so that the jury will have it during deliberations, so that they don't have only the disc to be able to look at it.
Any objection to that?
Your Honor, I would object when the time comes. Let's just get to that point first. And I'll state all those reasons why later.
You may proceed.
All right, this is slide 21. I don't remember whether you addressed this one or not yet. Can you tell us again what this?
Yes, on October 4th at 10:22 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room door was open and closed.
Slide 22.
At October 4th at 10:36 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
Good morning, Bear and Marshmallow. I'm sitting here loving on basil. Right. I'll object when the time comes. Exactly, Zio.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Why not go ahead and state your objections now? Which I don't know why you'd object to having this printed out for the jury. Maybe because you can't prove who opened and shut the door? Could be a possibility. Good morning, Bear, again. It's still morning here so far.
Metro Press was what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 86. On page 5 of this exhibit, there's a text message that has been identified in prior testimony as being from Daniel Youngkin to the defendant, sent at 10:38 p.m. on October 4th. Can you read what that message says?
It says Paul showed up and is going to bed.
So with this opening of the dining room door seem to correlate with that message?
Now he's going to
Yes,
try
sir.
to show who's doing it, which is pertinent, definitely.
Slide 23.
On October 4th at 11:13 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 24.
On October 4th at 11:58 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 25.
On October 5th of 2022 at 1 o'clock in the morning, the living room door is opened.
Now, let me go back to the last slide, slide 24.
I love you. I love
What's
you.
the time on
I love you.
slide
baby.
24 and what door is active here?
The front door is closed at 11:58 p.m.
All right. So between 11:58 p.m. when the front door closes and the next slide, 1:02 a.m. on the 5th when the living room door opens, was there any other
My
door activity in the house?
basil, my basil.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Now let me ask you about this living room door here. Did you look through the records to see how frequently this door is used?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
There was September 28th to October 5th. This door was I take that back. Up to the point of when we arrived on scene, the living room door was opened only 8 times.
Had it been open any other time that you know of on October 4th?
Only 8? That's a
Not that I'm
lot.
aware.
Slide 26.
On October 5th at 1:03 a.m., the living room door is closed.
Slide 27.
On October 5th at 1:07 a.m., the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 28.
October 5th at 1:10 a.m. The dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 29.
On October 5th at 1:26 a.m. The dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 30.
On October 5th at 1:39 a.m. The dining room is open and closed.
Slide 31.
On October 5th, 2 o'clock at 2:01 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 32.
On October 5th at 2:04 in the morning, the dining room door is opened.
Slide 33.
On October 5th at 2:36 in the morning, the dining room door is closed.
Slide 34.
On October 5th at 5:44 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 35.
On October 5th at 5:47 in the morning, the dining room door is closed, open and closed.
Slide 36.
On October 5th at 9:22 a.m., the front door is opened.
And is that the entry you were talking about earlier?
Yes, sir.
The 9:22 opening of the door that would have been several minutes into the defendant's phone call to Daniel Duncan?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, we've been going through this thing pretty quickly, but that door had been closed for many hours at this point, right?
Correct.
37.
On October 5th at 9:30 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
So whoever opened that door at 9:22 left it hanging open?
Correct.
So again, showing the timeline of the time, why they're doing this is to show that Leilani left at 1, and then these people went to work, and then it wasn't opened again until 9:33 in the morning when she's on the phone with Danny saying that Quentin went out the house, out the door. And
Slide
ran off.
38.
On October 5th at 9:33 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
Slide 39.
On October 5th at 9:36 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
And slide 40.
On October 5th at 9:39 in the morning, the dining room is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
And it's sometime not too long after.
And while this is happening, you know, she's on the phone trying to say, Quentin's gone. I don't know where he's at. I'm looking for him. And that's what all this opening and shutting the doors and stuff is. Good morning, Joy. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here this lovely Sunday morning.
That's the police show up.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, on October 6th, day 2, were you involved in some follow-up investigation pertaining to Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, sir.
And again, you were paired up with whom?
Special Agent Solomon.
Did you all go out to Danny's place of work?
That is correct.
Can you tell us what that place was?
It was Eclipse Warehouse. That's where he worked out over at the Parkway.
All right, Newport Wentworth.
Correct.
Did you all interview Dave Mullins?
That is correct.
And did you all get timesheets for the defendant, Paul, and Danny?
Correct.
Did y'all ask them to provide you with surveillance footage?
That is correct.
And what were y'all looking for in that surveillance footage?
And then,
what were y'all wanting to see?
in the initial interview with Danny, he described how he reacted when he received the phone call from Leilani, which he was at work when he received the phone call. So acquiring the surveillance footage would just corroborate how he acted and when he left work and when he arrived on scene.
And have you seen that footage?
No, sir.
Oh, you actually haven't seen it?
No, sir.
Who got it or who received it from?
It would be Special Agent Solomon later on. He did not present it to us while we were both on scene.
Okay. Now,
Really, though, I see that, Zio. I can agree.
you were the point person.
Trixie
for
says good morning.
tracing
Blake.
the trash, I guess.
Correct.
Can you tell us about how you came to be assigned to do that?
So initially, after we did the interview with Danny's boss, we all collaborated at the FBI headquarters, and basically everyone had assignments that day, and we brought back the knowledge that we had, and then we sat down at the table. And it was when Brad disclosed, when Leilani visited her friend at Azalea, that she
Thank you,
never
Trixie.
visited
Yeah, y'all
Leilani.
remember
So it
that.
drew up a red flag of why exactly did she go to Azalea Park if her alibi was speaking with Misty. And so that's why we focused the next morning on the Azalea trailer park.
So
So they were on it again from day one. They were onto her bullshit and onto her lies. And a lot of people out here in the true crime community were claiming they were doing absolutely nothing. And this just again proves that they were onto her bullshit and sniffing out the stank of bullshit from the beginning. Trixie, thank you for saying that. Please hit the thumbs up so I can get in the algorithm. That helps me so much.
at the time of this meeting, Special Agent Snyder had already interviewed Misty.
Correct.
Okay. Did y'all have at that point, were you aware of video footage from Azalea as well at that point?
The video footage was recovered the next morning on October 7th.
Okay. So is the interview of Misty alone made the dumpsters of interest to y'all?
Correct.
And did you then begin an effort to figure out where the trash in those dumpsters had gone?
Yes, sir.
And about what date are we at here where you started this project? And if you need to refer to your report, I'd like to get dates right here.
That would be October 7th.
Okay, so it'd be day 3 of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right. Had those dumpsters been emptied by that point?
Yes, sir.
Between like the morning of October 5th and October 7th? When
Yeah.
doing this project?
Yes, those dumpsters were picked up the morning of October 5th.
No doubt, Zio.
Sometime after daybreak, I guess.
I agree, Trixie.
The dumpster, when they went to Azalea Mobile Park, he picked up those dumpers at 9:36 in the morning at Azalea Mobile.
Okay, so everything that was in there from, say, 1:15 a.m. on the 5th on would have been gone at the time that these dumpsters became of interest to you?
Correct.
Okay. So what was your first step in tracing the trash?
I got a hold of the manager of Azalea, Robin, and basically just asked her over phone, like, who takes your trash, and she provided a company, Waste Pro.
All right, and what'd you do with that information? Where'd you go from there?
I called Waste Pro, just the generic line, said, hey, I need to talk to someone. I'm conducting an investigation about a missing child. I was linked up with Joe Matz.
Who is Joe Matz?
Joe Matz, he runs Waste Pro at Hardyville, South Carolina. He runs the company, like a manager.
And was Mr. Matz helpful to you?
Yes, he was.
Was he able to tell you whether his company had, in fact, had a truck empty those dumpsters on the morning of October 5th?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to tell you exactly which truck?
Yes, sir.
And was he able to tell you where that truck went?
Yes, sir.
And was he able to provide you with some documentation of all these things?
Yes.
Can you describe the documentation that he was able to give to you? He'll come in and testify about it in more detail, but can you describe what he was able to give to you?
Yeah, so the driver in the mornings, he picks up his, we'll say, route, and it's like a dispatch log. It's printed off. He receives it. The driver would just mark which one is still active companies, and he would follow that route.
Thank God for
and it's just
good
proving
record
which place he
keeping.
stopped at during that day.
And did that dispatch log or whatever it's called show that this particular truck had in stock, in fact, serviced Azalea that day, October 5th?
Yes.
Okay. What was he able to tell you in terms of where that truck could then go on with the trash to dump it?
He went to Waste Management Landfill off Little Neck Road.
So once you had that information from Mr. Matz, what did you do with that?
I contacted Denard Johnson, who's basically the showrunner out there. He runs the landfill. I asked him.
There and Marshmallow Incorporated says, can someone refresh my memory? When did they find Quentin's remains in that landfill? They actually were never able to find all of them. They found a piece of his skull, and I think it was at least 4 weeks later, or around 4 weeks later, so about a month later. And even taking that, like, the landfill is sectioned off into grids. So they knew the exact grid, they knew the exact truck, the exact landfill, and the exact grid that truck dumped into. And it still took them a month to find that poor baby. Because, you know, the trucks, when they go by, sometimes you'll see them, they compact all that trash together. And then you add humidity and all of the, because you think about what you throw away. I'm not trying to be graphic and I want to give a trigger warning, but like people throwing away cleaning supplies, bleach, cleaning up after their animals, and any kind of urine that's on the floor or anything. Just think about things that you would throw away on a weekly basis. Okay. I'm sure there's going to be some cleaning chemicals, whatever. And then all of that's being in there with this poor baby's body. And then that's going to speed up decomposition and make decomposition even faster. And that's going to give you less to work with, less to find. All they were ever able to find was a piece of this poor baby's skull. And I do believe it was a month. It was either 4 to 6 weeks later, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she is. in
If
my
he would
opinion.
stop unloading the garbage he was receiving.
Did you go talk to him in person?
Yes.
And did you ask him whether he could tell you the general area where the truck that you were concerned with would have dumped its trash on the morning of October 5th?
Yes.
And was he able to give you that information?
Yes, he went out there and pointed it out to us.
Okay. Can you describe, just in general terms, the size and type of area that he was pointing out to you?
I mean, it's a massive hill. I'd say, 100-yard incline, just straight up, not safe to walk on. That's pretty much.
Did you then ask Mr. Johnson to stop routing trash to that particular area?
I did.
And was he cooperative with that?
Yes.
Did they reroute their operations to a different area of the landfill from that point in time?
Yes, sir.
What day was it that you were out there asking him to hit the brakes with dumping trash in that particular area?
It'd be October 7th.
That was October 7th that you met with him?
Correct.
And had garbage trucks been dumping trash in that area between October 5th and October 7th when you asked him to stop doing that?
Yes.
All right, so like a couple of days worth of trash then on top of Quentin?
Correct.
And that's just not from one person. That's from everywhere these trucks drive, all the trucks, for a couple of days. Like, I mean, it's trash from probably at least 300 houses, if not more, on top of this baby.
From there, were you involved in the coordination of what's been referred to as a landfill search, the effort to search this area that Bernard Johnson pointed out to you and find Quentin in all that trash?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you remember about that, the coordination and different agencies involved and so forth?
So the FBI was familiar. They've done a couple landfill searches as well. And we got a hold of Team Adam, who specialized in recovering bodies in the landfill. Of Team Adam that we know of, it was named after Adam Walsh, who was a 60-year-old child that was abducted from a Sears department store and murdered. And from there, I don't know exactly when they found the child, but they weren't able to find the killer till 20 years later when he confessed on his death.
Your Honor, relevance to this investigation.
Well, I mean,
So in any case, Team Adam is named after Adam Walsh,
Correct.
one of the original high-profile missing.
maybe it's
Correct.
not relevant, but it's interesting.
Did consultants from Team Adam come down and visit the landfill?
Yes, sir.
And did they advise on the proper conduct of the landfill search?
Yes, they did.
Was an FBI agent named Brian Austin involved in this as well?
Correct.
Y'all were all working together?
Yeah, it was a group effort.
That's for dang
One
sure.
moment, please.
I love how the camera pans.
Do you see in front of you a document?
Makes her
marked as Exhibit
uncomfortable.
61?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a search warrant for the search of the landfill. It would be Waste Management Superior Landfill at 3001 Little Neck Road, Savannah, Georgia.
And when did you obtain that search warrant?
The search warrant was signed on the 14th day of October.
Your Honor, I would introduce that as State's Exhibit 61.
Okay,
Give me 1 second, Judge. I don't think I do the one that No.
so he states going to the landfill and them starting to search, or he goes to the landfill the 7th. Maybe they didn't start that day. I'd say they started by the 8th, but the search warrant's not signed until the 14th. Okay, they have to have the search warrant for documentation purposes for like trial like this, but they had permission to search. So that does not necessarily mean that they waited until October 14th to search. Now, it could it could have taken them that long to get the search warrant, and they might have waited until they got the search warrant. But most of the time when you have permission to search, they're just going to go ahead and do it, and then they're going to get the search warrant that's signed by a judge later, because it takes time to get the search warrant, and they have the paperwork for trial or whatever, but they've already been given permission to search and are already searching before they even have to get the search warrant if they had permission, which I'm assuming they did.
Objection.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I want to see what the defense said.
Thank you, Judge.
They're probably going to say, you don't
Let's start
know.
with the ADT stuff, okay? And you said that the cameras.
I'm going to almost guarantee that they're going to say, well, we don't know whose house it came from and whose trash. It could have been anybody's trash that dumped that there. You don't know, something to that effect.
Weren't working?
Reasonable
To my
doubt.
knowledge, no, they weren't working.
Did you seek to download them?
When I talked with ADT, they were unable to recover any footage when the search warrant was executed.
Okay. When was the search warrant executed?
It was executed on the 17th of October.
So almost 2 weeks later, correct?
Correct.
Right. But if you go through the records, and I was looking through it, it says that there was video footage, correct?
Are you referring to the search warrant, sir?
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually referring to the records themselves. I mean, it says monitor device driveway camera remote access test passed October 5th, 7:55.
That's correct.
So are you saying that there was footage, but it's corrupted, or you just weren't able to get the footage, or you didn't get the footage?
To my knowledge, it was a test that there was the system itself could connect to the front camera, but there was no video footage for ADT to obtain.
Okay. And there were several different sensor tests saying that there was camera footage and that the test was passed, but you're saying that you weren't able to recover any of the camera footage.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go ahead and look at this, and I'm just trying to summarize it. So according from what I can tell, it looks like that the front door opened, and I may have got the times wrong because it all kind of ran together when you were talking about it, but it looks like the front door opened on October 4th at 7:59, closed 8:41, opened 8:41, or maybe that's not, it's 21:41. I'm horrible with military time. What is that?
What time frame did you just say again?
Starting on October 4th, around 2100 on your records.
Okay. 21:41. That's 8:41 p.m.
That's 8:41?
That is correct.
Okay. So 8:41 p.m. then. And it says that the front door was opened at, I guess, 22:11. Is that correct?
That'd be 10:11 p.m.
So at 10:11, it's opened. Then you go on up and it says dining room, open, closed, dining room, open, closed, dining room, open, closed. Correct?
Correct.
And then it says October 4th at 23:55. 23:55 is what time?
11:55 p.m. It's right before midnight.
All right. Video device driveway camera remote access test passed. And then right above that, living room door opened. And it says right above that, it says front door closed at 11:58, correct?
Correct.
And my understanding is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you say that the front door wasn't opened again until 9:22 the next morning.
That's what the records indicate.
And so, but there were many different doors that opened and closed that night, correct?
Correct. In between that time frame, yes, sir.
Right. And they're all living room and dining room back doors, correct?
Correct.
What is a modem ping?
The modem ping 10.4, 22, 10.33, or just in general,
Just in general, what is it?
To my knowledge, the modem ping was just a testing of the actual access to the system itself, like that it was able to access the sensors. It's just a self-check. So if the modem ping did not detect the sensors, then it would read something different, like unsuccessful.
Okay. And let's go on up on further into the morning of October 5th. Video device front porch cam at 2:07. No remote access. 2:19, dining room door left open. 2:19.
They're doing a good job of defending her, but by trying to prove reasonable doubt, I don't like them because of who they're defending in the situation, but they do seem like good defense attorneys. I'm assuming that they're public defenders, but I'm not sure if she hired them or not. They're doing a good
The
job.
sensor left open, rule event triggered a monitor notification. I assume that means some sort of notification.
Yeah, so you can see we're going to go sensor left open 219, the bottom one. You see where it says Joe Swan 2 at Yahoo?
Mhm.
So that is when he's accessing it with his phone. That's
Okay.
what I believe that indicates.
All right. So at 219, a notification was sent, correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you,
what the record
Zaya, for
should
putting
show.
it into
And it
words.
says
better
dining room
for me.
door, sensor left open, restoral. I don't know. What does that mean? Did you ever ask what that meant?
No, I did not ask what the restoral part meant.
Okay. And then again, there's just more opening and closing, correct?
Correct.
So you did attempt to get some video camera footage, but you weren't able to.
Yes, because I had the same question you had when I received these records. It was pinging, it was accessing a camera. And so I did reach out to Stacy as well and said, what does that mean? And she's saying, basically,
Thank you,
it's just saying
Tracy.
it has a successful test, but it's not, they didn't have any footage they could provide me.
So, and just
Trixie says that his remains were found November 18th, and it was 6 weeks after his disappearance.
again, it's showing successful testing. It's showing it's
I
there.
do
It's showing
too,
the equipment's
Zaya.
working, but there's no successful or no camera footage, correct?
Like, I don't like her, but taking into account that, you know, they are her defense attorneys and she is their client, they're definitely, you know, doing a good job of defending her. Trying to create reasonable doubt. I mean, they're doing a good job of trying to create reasonable doubt with each person. And thank you. I like to hear y'all's point of views too. I love it to have different point of views represented
Correct.
here at our little
And
family.
so it shows that there's at least some fault in the system, correct?
I wouldn't say fault, no.
Well, if something says that it's working and then you can't get it, what would you call it then?
Well, people every day, they have ring footage and they're not subscribed and they can't access that video footage. So it's not at fault. There's no access to the video footage.
Are you saying that's what happened here?
No, I just use that as an example that the system's not at fault. The company just could not provide me video footage.
Okay. Well, did you ever check and see whether or not they had actually subscribed for the video footage?
No.
You just took the records for what they were worth, correct?
Correct.
You didn't do any further investigation into that.
I talked with Stacy Wise, who is employed with ADT and certified to provide me these business records. That's who I.
You can say no, that's fine. I mean, so you didn't check to see if there was any defective equipment or any camera footage or whether they were not subscribed. It's
Chairman,
okay.
At this point, I think the question is asked and answered, and I would lodge an objection on that basis.
I don't think it's been answered, Judge.
I'm going to allow him to ask the question. He does have him on cross-examination.
So my question is, you didn't do any further inquiry on the issue of the camera footage.
Correct.
That was it. Okay. Now, with regards to
And that is creating reasonable doubt because he should have looked to see if they were subscribed or not. And if that was the reason there was no video footage. So again, he's doing a good job. I wanted to highlight Andrea Nicole. She says, it's amazing they found part of this precious baby. I just don't know why Billy Joe wasn't charged with more. She was their guardian and Leilani was not to be left alone with the children. And I could not agree more. Through CPS, Billy Joe had custody. We know that Billy Joe would take the babies to the babysitter when she had to go drive for work because she was a long haul truck driver. And if they had followed the rules that CPS had left in place, that Leilani was not to be alone with these babies and be taking care of these babies by herself, we would have we wouldn't even be here right now. I think that Billy Joe absolutely should be charged with neglect or something to that effect. But at the same time, we have to look at it like this as well. Now, since this has happened, CPS is never going to let her have her grandchildren or keep her grandchildren in her house while they're under the age of 18 ever again. So she's never going to be able to basically take the kids back into her custody, which could be devastating for her. But she should still have gotten some kind of malice neglect charge, because if you had followed the rules that were set in place by CPS, none of this would have ever happened. If that boy had been in the babysitters and being watched at the babysitter since Billy Joe was out of town, again, this would never have happened. There should be some type of charge through CPS for her. Couldn't agree more.
the trash, did you, when you identified the trash truck,
Trixie, that's
did
a
you
good
identify
point.
the route that the trash truck took? Okay. And what exactly?
Because just because she hasn't been charged yet does not mean she won't be charged. That's a good point too. I hope she eventually is. That reminds me again of Jen Soto. Just because she's got immunity, partial immunity right now, or limited immunity is what it is, doesn't mean that she won't be charged later down the road. That's very possible.
It was the route that the trash truck took on its normal daily route on that particular day.
That's possible too, Zaya.
I don't have the route memorized on my, but the driver himself provided notes of the route, and then the documents provided of the route itself as well.
I can't wait.
And did the route include up and down Ageechee Road?
Billy
Yes.
Joe.
Did it include up and down Buckhalter Road?
Buckhalter?
Buckhalter.
I would have to look at the route.
How about up and down Girard?
Again, I would have to look at the route.
Okay. So you don't have any knowledge of that to the best of your knowledge?
There's documents provided of the route the truck took.
Right. You just don't remember, that's all.
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I got, Shelley.
Just a couple questions on this video thing. Your search warrant, let me see your search warrant.
Hateful looking ass.
You talked specifically with Stacy Ann Weiss about these camera ping entries in the records, and whether that might mean that there's video footage available.
Yes.
Oh,
And she told me
Zaya.
we don't have any video to give you.
No.
Jeannie Jen says just got back. What did you guys talk about? The trash dump and all of that. Just the lawyers creating reasonable doubt. Thank you, Zaya, for joining Speculation Station and becoming a member. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That helps me so much. I need to make us a little audio clip for joining Speculation Station. Jen's catching up with comments. Thank you again, Zaya. I really appreciate you becoming a member. And Trixie says, I feel that once they convict Leilani, that BJ will be charged. They need to establish legally that it wasn't Q just getting out or some stranger nabbing him. I agree. Sorry, my tongue's all twisted up. I need to drink some coffee. Yeah. Thank you, Zaya, for becoming a member. When you become a member of Speculation Station, I post daily. I haven't done my post for today, but I will post little funny videos or things about what I'm doing during the day when I'm not live on there. So you get access to all of that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Based on her level of cooperation, do you think if they had video, she would have
calls for speculation.
I don't think it does. I think he can testify from his personal knowledge to this question.
Let me hear the question.
How many times did you talk to her?
I just talked to her revolving the records and what I didn't understand. I just talked to her one time.
Okay. And she told you they didn't have any footage for that address.
Correct.
Right. Is there any reason to believe that that's not true?
No.
You talked to Joe Swain. Sit down. You talked to Joe Swain at headquarters on the 5th, right?
Correct.
Okay. Was he cooperative?
Yes.
He was showing
He's
you all
like,
the
what
door
did I
sensor
do?
stuff on his phone, right?
So initially, when I interviewed Joe, he just spoke about Leilani and something wasn't right.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, wow.
Sustained.
Okay.
Joe provided snapshots of what he had on his phone to me via cell phone. He sent them via text and looked up the system himself.
In the way of door sensor records.
Correct.
Based on his level of cooperation, do you think if he had video footage, he would have given it to you?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
And are you aware of the defendant saying to investigators during this investigation, oh, the cameras weren't working that night because they only work when the alarm system is armed? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
I don't have any further questions.
No, thank you. You're pleased.
Okay, so they basically were saying that because the system was not armed, there's no video camera footage because the system was not like on and in the armed position. Let's see. We got the special agent with the FBI next. I don't know if anything. Oh, hold on.
It was about 30 minutes or so.
Did he answer all the questions that you asked of him?
Yes, he did.
Were there any questions that he refused to answer or anything like that?
No, there weren't.
What can you tell us about his demeanor, body language, and just general affect?
Let me back it up a little bit. Okay, so I think this FBI agent, Mr.
Involved in the
Burns,
investigation.
is going to talk about questioning Danny. and I would like to hear what they say, what he says about Danny, and what his story was basically.
Reported kidnappings or child abductions.
Yes, we do.
And under that authority, did the Savannah FBI office become involved in the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
Yes, we did.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October, well, maybe it wasn't the morning for you, but October 5, 2022, okay?
Okay.
Did you become involved as early as October 5, 2022?
I did.
Tell us where you were and what you were doing when you first became involved in this case.
Sure. On the morning of October 5th of 2022, I was in the office working, as usual. Sometime mid-morning, one of our other agents, Brad Snyder, who I believe you'll hear from at some point, walked over to my desk and said that there was a missing child out of Chatham County. He didn't really have a lot of information at that point, and our assistance wasn't needed at that point. Later, about noon, I believe, maybe a little bit later, I got a call from Brad again and said that he was going to the Chatham County Police Department Annex to assist and asked that I join him over there.
And did you do that?
I did.
Did you go with anyone else?
So myself and Brad were over there, and then another agent, Savannah Solomon, met us over there as well.
What was going on when you got there?
When I got there, a few of the residents from 535 Buckhalter were at the annex, and they were planning to do interviews at that annex.
This term annex you used, is that synonymous with Chatham County Police Headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. These three residents, were they the defendant, Leilani Simon, her brother, Paul Simon, and Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, they were.
Did you get paired up with a Chatham County detective to interview one of these people?
Yes, I did.
Who were you paired up with?
Detective Sean Wilkins.
And who all did you interview? The two of you interview?
So myself and Wilkins interviewed Paul Simon.
Where did this interview take place?
It was in one of the conference rooms at Chatham County PD headquarters.
And what was the general nature of the questioning with Paul? What were y'all looking to get out of him?
We were looking for just information about his whereabouts during the time or around the time that of Quentin's disappearance, as well as the kind of the day prior, the day of, and just trying to figure out where he was, what he was doing, those sorts of things.
About how long did this interview last?
It was about 30 minutes or so.
Did he answer all the questions that you asked of him?
Yes, he did.
Were there any questions that he refused to answer or anything like that?
No, there weren't.
What can you tell us about his demeanor, body language, and just general affect during your interview with him?
Paul was very calm, relaxed. He seemed very honest. He was honestly kind of goofy in the interview. There were times that we were laughing, but overall, that was kind of his affect.
Is that just kind of the way Paul is?
It seems so, yes.
Were there any areas of questioning that caused any of that to change or make him nervous or anything like that?
No.
At some point in the interview, was he asked for consent to go through his cell phone?
He was asked for the passcode to his cell phone, and he provided the passcode.
And was that the only one of these three individuals that you were personally involved in interviewing that day?
In interviewing, yes.
Okay.
I know you wanted that damn pizza.
Go to 535 Buckhalter Road and visit the residents.
Yes, I did.
At what point in the day was that?
So following the interview of Paul, I don't know exact time, but eventually myself and Savannah Solomon went over to the residence at 535 Buckhalter.
Is it fair to say that the bulk of your involvement in this case was analyzing some of the electronic digital evidence?
Yes, I was involved with the cell phones and just trying to figure out what was going on with those devices at the time.
Now, were you aware on October 5th that all three of these people's cell phones had been extracted via Cellrite by Sergeant Coleman?
Yes, I was.
And were you aware that later, a couple of days later on October 7th, Deshaun Williams of the Savannah Police Department conducted a gray key extraction on the defendant's cell phone?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And were all of those cell phone extractions provided to you?
Yes, they were.
Did you look at them and go through them and do some work with them?
Yes, I did.
One of the things I'd like to ask you about is GPS mapping.
Sure.
Just generally, like a very simple level, what is GPS mapping?
It's just a mapping of points by satellites to identify, a location for a cell phone, for instance, the location of a cell phone.
Using GPS data, were you involved in determining
Andrea,
where the phones
good morning.
of,
I don't know if I've
some of these
paid you
people
yet.
were on the night of October 4th and the morning of
Thank you for being here. Andrea says, does anyone know if she will take the stand? Leilani or her mom, Billy Joe. I heard Billy Joe was an underwater welder. I don't know Billy Joe might be, but I know that they were driving trucks when this happened. And I would assume that Billy Joe's going to take the stand. She's going to have to be a character witness. You know, Leilani's her daughter, Quentin's her grandson. So I'm sure that she will take the stand. I don't know if Leilani will. It's not a good idea to ever take the stand in your own trial. Sarah Boone's going to. I know that because when I heard that, I was like, oh my God, that's going to be a complete crap show. You know what, Trixie? Now you made me want some white spinach and garlic pizza. Thank you for being here, Andrea. So to answer your question, I would think, yeah, definitely Billy Joe. Probably not Leilani, but I could be wrong.
Of October 5th, and whether those phones made any significant movements during that time frame.
Yes, I was.
Whose phone specifically were you able to do this for?
I was involved
Trixie.
in looking for that information from Paul Simon's phone, Daniel Youngkin's phone, as well as the defendant Leilani Simon.
Were you able to do some GPS mapping pertaining to the location and movements of Daniel Youngkin's phone?
Yes, I was.
And what data allowed you to tell where his phone was on the night of October 4th and morning of October 5th, and whether it made any significant movements during that time frame? What's the type of data that you were looking at as it pertains to Danny?
For Danny's phone, it was Life 360 GPS data.
All right. And how did that data get to you?
It was obtained via search warrant to Life 360 by the Chatham County Police Department and then shared with me.
What form does that data come in? What are you actually looking at when you look at records produced by Life 360 or data produced by Life 360?
The records I obtained were spreadsheets that contained latitude, longitude, and then like accuracy measurements. So that's what I received.
And what did you do with the Life 360 data pertaining to Daniel Youngkin's phone?
So I used a tool that's available to law enforcement to map out those GPS coordinates that were in the Life 360 data on a map so that I could see where exactly those points were on the map.
Okay. Now, for the defendant's phone, did you also have Life 360 data that you were able to do the same thing with?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any additional sources of location data beyond the data produced by Life 360 for the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what that was?
Yeah, so on the defendant's gray key extraction, I obtained GPS data direct from the device itself, which contained location information.
What is the difference between that GPS data directly from the device itself and the
So I would assume they're about to provide locations of all the phones or the phone that he's talking about.
data that you got from Life 360?
Yeah. Okay.
So the
Thank
data
you,
from
Jenny.
Life
Jenny
360
knows. My
was
wonderful mod.
information obtained from the application
Thank
on the
you.
cell phone, whereas the data from the phone was direct from the device.
Okay. Now, what did you do with the defendant's Life 360 location data and what I'll call the device GPS data that allowed you to tell where her phone was and whether it had made any movements during the time frame we're talking about?
I utilized the same law enforcement tool to map out both the Life 360 data as well as the device GPS data on a map so that I could see where exactly it was.
Now, as for Paul's phone, did Paul have Life 360?
He did not.
Okay. So is it accurate then to say that no Life 360 data was obtained as it relates to Paul?
That's correct.
Did he have handset, like device GPS, like you talked about for the defendant's phone?
No relevant GPS data from his device was located.
Okay. So did you do any GPS mapping for Paul's phone?
I did not.
Okay. And that's just because
I didn't have it.
Okay. Let me ask you just a couple of overview questions, looking for kind of a crisp summary before we get into the details of what the results of this were. Okay. For Daniel Youngkin's phone, during the period of, say, 10 p.m. on October 4th and 10 a.m. on October 5th, what did you determine about where his phone was and whether it made any significant movements?
Sure. So for Danny's phone, on the night of October 4th, from about 10 p.m. until about 5:45 a.m. on October 5th, according to the Life 360 GPS data that we received or we obtained, his phone was at the 535 Buckalter residence during that period of time. At about 5:45, the phone is then observed moving from the residence to Danny Youngkin's workplace, arriving at about 6:15 in the morning, I believe, and then it remained there until about 9:20 or 9:30 that morning, and then it was observed coming back to the residence. I don't remember arriving at exactly what time.
Okay. Is it fair to say, we're going to get into more details, is it fair to say that the times that you just gave are kind of approximate?
Yes, they are approximate.
Okay. For the defendant's phone during that same period, say 10 p.m. on October 4th and 10 a.m. on October 5th, What were you able to determine about where that phone was and whether it's made any significant movements?
So he's proven right now that Danny was there from 10 o'clock that night till 5:30 that morning, proven that he, didn't leave the house at least. When this trial first started, I was not very fond of Danny because I stated, how can something like that happen and you not be aware? However, I had to change my statement because while he was in the same room, he stated that he would drink and basically get, drunk and pass out. And, when you walk through a house and you don't want to turn the lights on because you don't want to wake the child up, I could definitely understand how he maybe did not know. And I do think that he did not know what had happened. I think if he did know, he would have turned her in on the spot, in my opinion. In the beginning of this trial, I would have said, no, there's no way. He definitely knew and he's involved. Now, I don't think that at all.
So for the defendant's phone on the night of October 4th, at about 10:30, again, approximate, the phone leaves the residence, drives up to a Circle K gas station at the corner of Ogeechee Road and Chatham Parkway. It remains at the Circle K gas station for a few minutes. It is then observed driving down Highway 17 up to Highway 204 in the area near Arkwright Lane. The phone is there for approximately 10 minutes or so, and then the phone is then observed driving or coming back to the Buckhalter Road residence. I believe it got back about 11:30 or so.
Now, after that trip, did the phone make any other movements that night?
It did. So after the trip to Circle K and Arkwright Road and back home, the phone remained at the house until approximately 1:14 a.m. At approximately 1:14 a.m. on October 5th, the phone is observed driving down Buckhalter Road and then is observed in Azalea Mobile Home Park and then is shown back at the house. And that trip was approximately 15, 20 minutes or so, I believe.
Were you able to observe any period of time during that trip where the phone was more or less stationary at Azalea?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
According to the records, the phone appeared to be stationary for a few minutes at Azalea.
Now, why was it? We've talked about how a cell-right extraction was done on each of the three phones, but we've heard testimony now that the gray key extraction was only done on one, the defendant's phone. First of all, all three.
Good morning.
They did not.
Can you tell us what
Jennifer?
they had?
Sure. For the defendant, she had an iPhone.
I'm glad that you agree with me. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending your Sunday with us. Yeah, Jennifer, I'm on the same. I think we're on the same wavelength with that. And I'm glad to know I was not the only one. Thank you again for being here. Jenny Jen says good morning. My other mod, Trixie, says, plus some people are extra hard sleepers. My daughter wrote with a Sharpie and used a blow pen all over my son when they were young teenagers. He never woke up. Oh, yeah, I've done that. And the kids have done that too with the Sharpies, and you draw a mustache. I try not to let them use Sharpies, but we do it. And then the shaving cream in the hands, or put, and then you tickle their nose and they smack themselves. We do that sometimes on Saturday nights when we're watching a movie and they fall asleep. Jennifer Ray says, good morning. Trixie says, good morning to Jennifer. Thank you for being here. Thank you for commenting.
Phone. And then for Danny Simon and Paul Simon, they had two Android phones, different types of Android phones. I don't have the exact types.
Is there any particular reason that the gray key extraction was only done on the defendant's phone?
Gray key, primarily at the time, I believe, was supported iPhones much more than Android, which is why I believe it went over there to get a more thorough extraction.
Does the iPhone tend to give you more data than some of these other phones?
A full file system extraction of an iPhone, so like what was obtained with Gray Key, did contain more data than the extractions by Celebrite on the Android phones.
Now, you mentioned that 10:30-ish trip that the defendant's phone made included a period in which the phone was had a Circle K stop there for a few minutes.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you follow up on that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Is the reason that you followed up on it because you had seen this GPS data showing the phone there?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me about the follow-up?
Yeah, so myself and a task force officer with the FBI visited the Circle K and spoke to a manager there in an attempt to obtain video footage video surveillance of the location during the time frame that the GPS data was showing the phone there. And so we followed up and obtained that footage.
Can you describe the process of getting that footage?
Sure. So we met with the manager. She pulled up the footage for the time frame we asked on the monitors, and then we downloaded a copy of that footage to a flash drive, I believe, and transported it back to our office.
Did that system appear to be functioning properly as far as you could tell?
As far as I could tell, yes.
And what does it show in terms of, well, let me ask you this. Did you review that footage to see what you could see during the time period that the defendant's phone GPS was saying she was there?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see?
I observed the defendant driving a vehicle into the parking lot of the Circle K, getting out of her vehicle, walking into the Circle K, going to one of the coolers, obtaining, I believe it was 2 drinks from the cooler, going to the counter, and then departing the counter back to her vehicle and then leaving the Circle K parking lot.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 62?
62, yes.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, this is a flash drive that contains a copy of the video footage we obtained from the Circle K.
Your Honor, I would introduce State 62 as evidence.
No objection.
You should hit it.
All right. Now, you talked about getting these phone extractions and going through them yourself.
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to the details of what else you might have gotten from the phone extractions other than the GPS data you talked about, let me ask you this. As to the GPS plotting that you've described, were you able to produce anything that shows these movements that you're talking about in a visual form that people can look at?
Yes, I was.
All right. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes. So like I said, I utilized a law enforcement tool to basically import the GPS data from both Life360 and the defendant's device into the tool, which then mapped out the points on a map. And then you can create essentially a time lapse showing over a time period where those GPS points are then plotted on the map.
Is essentially a video showing dots moving on a map
That's correct.
in the manner that you've described.
That's correct.
Now, other than the GPS data, did you review these cell phone extractions for anything else?
Yes, I did.
What kind of data were you looking for the period of October 4th, October 5th?
We were looking for anything that could lead us to the possible whereabouts of Quentin, anything that would lead us to, a location where we could possibly find him. So, things like text messages, phone calls, those sorts of things around the time of his disappearance.
Did you pull all of the text messages?
In other words, we knew something smelled like bullshit. And hold on, let me find it. He is saying that basically we knew something smelled like this.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
So we followed up and found it. Found the bullshit.
Between the defendant and Daniel Youngkin during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Did you pull all of the text messages between the defendant and Paul Simon during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Did you pull all of the text messages between Paul Simon and Daniel Youngkin during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
And did you pull all the text messages between Daniel Youngkin and Michelle McCarta during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Were you also able to see, at least for the defendant's phone, device data such as when the phone was locked and unlocked, like on the lock screen, when the flashlight was turned on and off, when the camera was turned on and off, and things like that?
Yes, I was.
Do these items contain timestamps showing when the phone was being used to make calls, send and receive text messages, and so forth?
They did contain timestamps.
Now, we've talked about a number of different categories of things. Your GPS screen capture time-lapse videos, the Circle K video, and text messages and call logs and things like that you were able to find on the phones. Have you prepared a presentation that basically puts all that together in chronological order?
Yes.
And this presentation is essentially the story of that night from the perspective of the phones.
Correct. Yeah.
Do you believe that this presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Do you see in front of you
If phones could speak,
a disc and a printout marked as State's Exhibits 63A and 63B?
Yes, I do.
Remind me, which one is A and which one is B?
63A is a disc that contains the digital copy of the presentation. And then 63B is a physical printed out copy.
Are these the presentation? This is the presentation that you prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibits 63A and B.
Give me 1 second. Judge, no objection, except when it comes time later on, we will deal with the continuing witness issue. Okay.
Fair enough. Okay.
It's important to know the locations of the phone that night to establish. I wanted to make sure I still had it sped up to establish the whereabouts of everybody and prove that it was her, this thing right here, that did this. Okay, I want you to get off on my phone now. Thank you. Can we go away? Thank you. Okay.
All right. What is, perhaps it's obvious, but what is the first slide here?
Just the date, sorry, Tuesday, October 4th, 2022.
And that's where we're going to pick up.
That's correct.
On slide 2, what are we looking at here? If you could first just kind of read from the top of the slide and then describe to us what we're seeing.
Sure. So the top of the slide reads 10:02 a.m. to 10:10 a.m. Daniel Youngkin phone text message exchange with the defendant.
Where it says Daniel Youngkin phone there, does that mean that that is the device that is the source of what we're seeing here on the slide?
That's correct.
Okay. And given that, now what is the content of the slide? What are we seeing here?
So the content of the slide is text messages exchange between the defendant, whose phone number is 912-547-5275, who has a contact name, Lonnie Baby, to Daniel Youngkin's phone number 910-729-1458.
And what time was this message sent?
It was sent at October 4th, 2022 at 10:02:49 a.m. UTC -4, so Eastern time.
Okay, so UTC -4 is equivalent to Eastern Standard Time, at least at this time of year.
That's correct.
And what is she sending in there?
She sends what appears to be 2 selfies, pictures of herself. Yeah, sorry.
That's fine. Moving on to slide 3, what are these 2 images?
Those are the 2 images that she sent to Danny.
Slide 4, what are we seeing here?
Slide 4, it's still a continuation of the same text message exchange. There's a response from Danny. It reads, geez. And then a second response, they done, question, I'm in the bathroom.
Okay, so both of those are from Danny to the defendant.
That's correct.
And slide 5.
Slide 5 is still part of the same text message exchange. Danny sends your eyes, though, with some greater than symbols. And then there's a response from the defendant.
You know, I was just thinking the same thing. Like her eyes looked big and swole as well.
To the bottom there, sir.
Again, October 4th, 2022 at 10:03 a.m. Eastern time.
Now, this next slide, can you read to us the heading at the top?
Yes, it is 10:15 a.m. to 10:35 a.m. Paul Simon phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin.
On this slide here, given that this is from Paul Simon's phone, which one of these bubbles is going to be Paul?
The green bubble will be Paul.
And which one is going to be Danny?
The blue bubble will be Danny.
Can you read to us this exchange, noting that the time that each of these messages were sent, who it's to and from, and all that?
Sure. So Danny sends a text message to Paul that reads, yo, Dave wanted to know if you'd go in at 12. I'm at dentist with Leilani. She just got her tooth pulled. That message was sent at on October 4th, 2022 at 10:40 a.m. Eastern time. Paul then responds to Danny. This reads, yeah, I'll be in. And that was at 10:51 a.m. Eastern time on the same day.
Moving on to slide 7, can you read the heading into the record here?
Yes, the heading on the slide reads 2:32 p.m. to 2:34 p.m. Daniel Yunkin phone, text message exchange with Michelle McCarta.
And can you walk us through the contents in the same manner as you did with the last slide? This one's a little harder to make out.
Yes.
For those of us looking at the screen.
So Danny from his phone sent a text message to Michelle McCarta that read, just got home. Leilani just got her top left wisdom tooth removed. I'm going to try to clean for a few while she naps. She's still loopy from
Michelle McCarta, remember, that's the babysitter. Good morning, Zan. Good morning. Hi. I'm glad that you dropped in this morning.
mess. Is 4:30 still okay? Danny then follows up with a message that reads meds ***. And then Michelle responds to Danny saying, okay, 4:30.
Do you have some experience going through cell phone extractions and kind of deciphering what messages seem to mean?
I do.
What does that meds message appear to you to be?
It appears to be a correction for a misspelling on the first message.
Yeah, I was going to say that. That's how I do that.
Moving on to slide
misspell
8.
something. in text.
What's the heading on this slide?
The heading reads 9:46 p.m. to 10:03 p.m. Paul Simon phone, text message exchange with defendant.
And can you walk us through the contents of this slide?
Sure. So there's on the left side, there's a text message from the defendant that reads, can you grab a GAR on your way home, please? And then a second message that has a question mark. Those messages were about 5 minutes apart. And then there's a response from Paul that reads, I got some mini at 9:59:49 p.m.
All right, I'm going to move on to slide 9 now.
Okay.
What's slide 9?
This is additional text messages from the same group of messages or text exchange. The message reads from from the defendant to Paul, okay, you on the way. Paul then responds in a minute, and then the defendant responds, okay.
Now, based on the contents of these messages, does it appear to you that the defendant is home at this time at least?
At this time, yes.
And that Paul is not?
Based on the text messages, Paul appears to be elsewhere, and she's asking if he's on the way home.
Okay.
So I don't know from the text directly exactly, there's no location indication for the defendant.
Okay. Moving on to slide 10. What is slide 10?
Slide 10 is a screenshot. Here, I'll read the heading, sorry. 10:24 p.m. to 11:10 p.m. The defendant's phone trip to Circle K in Arkwright Lane. What this is a screenshot from the law enforcement program that I previously discussed that I used to map the GPS coordinates.
Right, Zan? I agree. Zan says, I don't think Danny was aware either. He was dealing with a frizzled out relationship, a girlfriend who disappeared and left him with kids. I agree. I really don't think he knew. And like I said at the beginning of this trial, you couldn't have told me that he didn't. I'm glad that I was able to see his testimony and get to know who he really was and how things really were. And Zan says, thanks, Jen, you too, for saying good morning.
From the defendant's phone and her Life 360 data. And this is actually a video.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because I perceive screenshot as like a still frame, but this is a video.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we press play on this, can you step down and kind of walk the jury through what they're going to see when we play this?
Sure. So on the screen here, you see red dots. It's kind of blown or kind of zoomed out, but this is in the area of 535 Buckhalter for the residents. Once we play the video, you'll see these dots start to move, and you'll notice that the dots will move up this way, down. This is Chatham Parkway. Stop here for a moment. This is the corner of Chatham Parkway and Geechee Road. This is where the Circle K that I previously discussed. Then you'll see the dots move down Highway 17, all the way down to 204, go across I-95, and end up about right in here, which is where Arkwright Lane is, as I previously discussed. And then you'll see the dots come back down 204, back down Highway 17, onto Buckhalter Road, and then end up exactly back at where the area of the residence is.
Okay.
Okay. Jen says, I agree. Danny was checked out at the time, tired of being manipulated and dealing with her drama. He was drinking and doing drugs to escape her. I agree. Zan says, that's exactly why trials should be streamed. Judge Gull's gatekeeping in Richard Allen's trial is ridiculous. It really is. And it's making, I mean, nobody's going to believe that trial is legitimate. And that there's no backhanded things going on in that. Good morning, Osmosis. Yes, okay. So Zan says, I agree, Jennifer, being nice enough not to antagonize Leilani. Exactly. Osmosis says, praise the Lord, hallelujah, power to the free people, free Mandela Chilawili. Okay. And Zan agrees.
So this trip
Thank you for being here,
about how
Osmosis.
long total then?
About 30 minutes.
Okay. And this is all going to be compressed into a video that's how long? Like a minute or two?
It's a very short video. I would say a minute or two
Okay.
at most.
Can you, when I play this thing, can you stand up and sort of indicate when the dots start moving, just to kind of orient people? I'm not asking you to stand in front of the thing and walk them across the whole time.
Sure.
But just with your hand, can you, when they kick off and move down, would it be Gerard?
I believe that was Gerard over to Chatham Parkway.
Can you just sort of let us know when that begins?
Sure. Can you pause it for a second? Sorry.
Sure.
One thing I just wanted to point out, in the video, you may see purple dots. When I imported this information, these coordinates into the tool, I color coordinated the device GPS coordinates as red dots and the Life 360 data as purple dots. So that's why there's two different color dots on the screen.
Are there going to be more red or more purple?
More red.
Yep,
Why is that?
Jennifer.
There was more GPS points on the device than in the Life 360 data.
Is it fair to say that the device?
Jennifer says that, yes, they should all be streamed or available for the public to access via the internet. Right. And if you didn't want it streamed at the time, you could let it be you could record it and then put it out that night or something. There's a way that you could do it so that people would know that you're not trying to hide shit. But in that case, and in my humble opinion, they've been trying to hide shit from the beginning. Zan says, thankfully, Mandela was free. Osmosis. Thank you, because I wasn't sure what our friend Osmosis was talking about. And Zan says, hey, Trixie. Thank you, Zan. Again, Zan says, thankfully, Mandela was freed. Osmosis. Are you talking about the Mandela effect where they say that he died in prison, but he really didn't, or the other way around?
GPS is like more fine-grained than the Life 360 GPS, or it hits more frequently or something like that?
There were definitely a lot more records. I can say that for the device.
All right, so I'm going to thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to hit play again.
And as you can see, the dots move. They're here at the corner of Ogeechee and Chatham Parkway. They make their way down Ogeechee, and then you'll see them pop up over across 95. They're there for a minute, and then you'll see them kind of coming back down Ogeechee onto Buckhalter, and then back here.
All right, then that entire trip extended from about 10:24 p.m. to 11:10 p.m.
That's correct.
All right. Moving on to slide 11. This actually is a screenshot, right? The still frame.
It is a still frame, yes.
And what does it show?
It shows the time frame that the defendant's phone GPS is at the Circle K.
And roughly what was that time frame?
10:28 p.m. to 10:32 p.m.
Okay, so like the early stages of that trip.
That's correct.
Slide 12. What is this?
So the slide reads 10:31 p.m. defendant's phone cash app payment. What is shown here is information from the device showing a cash app payment, and the description is Circle K number 01412 for $7.04 from the device at on October 4th, 2022 at 10:31:18 Eastern time.
All right, so that payment, does that correlate with the time period that the GPS is showing her at that establishment?
It does.
Now, the next slide, slide 13, what is this?
So again, this is another video. Actually, it's a multiple videos in one video that have been stitched together. But this is the surveillance footage from the Circle K gas station.
Okay, and it's been stitched together to show what?
Just the movement, because there were different cameras at the Circle K gas station. So there were interior cameras, exterior cameras, and so there are videos from the exterior that then go into the interior and then back to the exterior, just to show movement through the Circle K.
Now, unless I had binoculars, I would not be able to see the timestamp on that video from here. Can you tell us what the timestamp says at the bottom there?
Yes, it says October 4th, 2022, 10:27:43 p.m.
Does that line up with the GPS and the cash app?
That it does.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this video now.
Okay.
And actually, before I do that, well, I guess you've already sort of previewed it, right? I asked you more or less what we see at the Circle K.
Yes.
Let me ask you to do this. When I play this thing and and the defendant enters the frame, can you just sort of narrate to us where she's entering the frame so we know what to look for?
Sure. Yeah, sure. No, you're fine.
Zan says those texts were what convinced me. He was trying to stay awake, asking where she was, eventually falling asleep. He definitely lied to begin with. I firmly believe he was concerned about keeping his baby close. Yeah, me too. His baby Skylar. Yep. I think that he stayed in that relationship for them kids, in my humble opinion.
We've been going for a little while. Everybody just stand up for a second. Let's just mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, if y'all need to stand up for a second.
Everybody needs to stand up. Okay.
You can do so.
Sometimes we need to work it out. I know I do.
Okay, we're going to see her walking around in the gas station in just a second, see what she was wearing. I've got it sped up a little, so.
I know.
All right, y'all sit down.
All right. Do you feel limbered and refreshed?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, he did.
All right, so I'm going to hit play on this slide 13. And again, I would ask you to just sort of just talk us through what we're seeing.
Sure. So as you see, a vehicle was approaching and parking in the parking lot of the Circle K gas station.
Whose car is that?
The defendant's. The video is still playing. There's just a pause. Sorry, not a pause on the video, but nothing is happening. You'll see here in a second, the door will open and someone will get out of the vehicle. So the video is now showing the defendant getting out of her vehicle, closing the door. She walks out of frame of this camera, and then the additional camera angle from inside. She walks in the door,
She even dressed?
out of frame on that camera. There's an overview camera at the gas station that shows her going and walking over to the cooler doors.
I know she's got a blanket
opens the
wrapped
door.
around her, but is she even dressed?
And then you'll see she walks over to the counter.
Oh, yeah, she got some shorts on and a shirt. Thank goodness.
You'll see a employee.
Dang, I
walk
would
up
have
here in
left
a
the
second.
blanket in the truck. Good Lord. That's just me.
She's purchasing some items.
Can you tell what those items are?
So I can tell what appears to be potentially, I can't say for certain. It looks to me like two natural light beers, but it's hard to see from here. All right, she then leaves out of the frame of that camera, shows the camera of the front door again. I don't know what that was, but she walks out and back to the vehicle. This is from the other exterior camera at a different angle. She then gets back in her vehicle. And then you'll see she backs out and then proceeds to depart
And where's she headed at this point?
up to Arkwright Lane.
Now, I'll ask just because we're all looking at it.
Sure.
Does this Savannah police officer here have anything to do with this case, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. No.
Okay, he's probably just getting some coffee or snacks or something.
Maybe.
Okay.
Can you imagine if like he had stopped her though, maybe her tags were expired or something like that, how this would be different? Like if something had happened, if she stole something from the store, there was some kind of reason for this officer to stop her and maybe take her in or something. The whole story would be different.
And as you'll see, the vehicle's now departing from the Circle K.
Moving on to slide 14, what are we looking at here?
Slide 14, the heading says 10:32 p.m. to 10:45 p.m. Defendant's phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin. This is still a continuation from the prior text message exchange. There's a text message from the defendant that reads, "Gonna run to 204, I guess, at 10:32 and 20 seconds on the night of October 4th. There's a response from Daniel Youngkin that reads, "Oh, okay."
So if that Circle K timestamp and GPS and all that shows her at the Circle K at like 10:28 to 10:32, would this 10:32 text message go to run to 204, I guess? Would that be something that she sent to Daniel Youngkin like right around the time she's leaving the Circle K?
That's correct.
And his response is, "Oh, okay."
That's correct.
All right, moving on to slide 15. Is this a continuation of that conversation?
It is.
What's his next message there?
So Daniel Youngkin's next message is, "Be safe, I guess, my queen." The defendant responds, "I will be, and I'll be quick, I promise." And then Daniel Youngkin responds, "I hope so."
Moving on to
Even with everything that he was going through and all of that, he was still calling her his queen, and just the terms of love and affection. Like, that's amazing. The patience, going back to talking about that, the patience this man has is astonishing, like astounding would be a better word. Zan says she thought she was being, Zan said, "I bet that cop struggles with that too." I hope not. I was thinking about that after I said it. I wonder if he does. And she said, Zan says, she thought she was being so sneaky, thought she was the sneakiest one in any group, but everyone knew she was sketch. Yep. I think she was sketch AF.
slide 16. Is this a continuation of that same exchange?
It is.
And what does that first message there say?
So it's a message from Daniel Youngkin to the defendant. It says, "Paul showed up and is going to bed." The message was at 10:38 p.m. And then there's a response from the defendant that just reads, "Wow," at 10:40 p.m.
Slide 17.
Slide 17, it's still a continuation from the same text messages. There's a message from the defendant that reads, "Okay." Then there's a message from Danny that reads, "He said, son, about telling you he was on the way, then you leaving and him getting threatened to get ran over." There's a response from the defendant that reads, "I'm about to turn onto 204.
You'll be relieved to hear that I've already asked Paul or Danny himself to explain what that message meant. So
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So 10:41 p.m. I'm about to turn on to 204, and that's from the defendant to Danny.
That's correct.
All right. Moving on to slide 18. What does Danny say to that?
Danny responds, "Okay." And then the defendant responds, "No, he said in a little bit."
And does that message appear to be a reference to the thing about Paul?
I believe so, based on my reading of the text messages.
Slide 19.
Again, it's a continuation of the same text messages. There's a message from Danny to the defendant. "That's what I said, you said, he said, but he said something about, no, it was, I'm OTW or something. And then there's a follow-up message that reads, again from Danny to the defendant, thank you for the bit left, BBY. So sweet, no lie.
And when was that message sent?
10:44 p.m.
All right, so next slide. Slide 20.
Slide 20, still a continuation of the same set of text messages. There's a message from Danny to the defendant. Just noticed Paul asked if soda was free to drink because of kids only on Hawaiian Punch. There's a response from the defendant that reads, yeah, just tell him not to be excessive with it.
And what time was that message sent? Yeah, just tell him not to be excessive with it.
10:45 p.m.
And next slide, slide 21.
Still a continuation of the same messages. It's a message from Danny to the defendant. It reads, gotcha. And then a follow-up message that reads, I love you. PLZ, come back so we can crash together.
Now, what time did Danny send that last message? I love you. Please come back so we can crash together.
10:45 and 50 seconds.
All right. Now, this next slide is what? Slide 22.
So this next slide is a still shot of the GPS mapping of the locations from the defendant's phone, showing the GPS locations at Arkwright Lane.
All right. And about what period of time does her GPS show that she was at Arkwright Lane?
About 10:45 p.m. to 10:55 p.m.
And how would that relate to the timing of that? I'm going to go back to the last slide. How would that time period relate to the timing of that message that Danny sent her? I love you. Please come back so we can crash together.
It would be about the same time.
10:45 message, 10:45 to 10:55 at Arkwright Lane.
That's correct.
Moving on to slide 23. What is this?
This is another Cash App payment. The slide reads 10:49 p.m. defendant's phone Cash App payment. It shows that there was a Cash App payment from the defendant's phone at 10:49 p.m. on October 4th, 2022. The amount was $80. It was completed, and the source was Cash App.
Now, how far?
This was where she was paying her plug man. I'm listening to this because I think it's important to get the timeline of the that night. I don't know. I'm going to have to go here shortly, but I'm going to try to get through the rest of day 5. I'm definitely going to have to skip ahead a little bit, but this part's important, so we're going to listen to this.
Far into her 10 minutes or so at Arkwright Lane would that Cash App have been sent?
About 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And so does that mean then that her phone is at least still showing her there for another 5 or 6 minutes?
That's correct.
Moving on to slide 24. Can you talk us through this slide and tell us how the timing of these messages relate to the time frame in which the defendant was at Arkwright Lane?
Sure. So the slide reads 10:51 to 11:10 p.m. Defendant's phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin. This is still a continuation of the prior messages that we've seen. There's a message from Danny to the defendant that reads, or not.
And about 5 minutes before that, he had texted her, please come home so we can crash together.
That's correct.
All right. She did not reply to that message, did she?
No, she did not.
All right. So then he says, or not.
Or not, correct. At 10:51 p.m., the defendant responds about the same time or soon thereafter, I love you, at 10:51 p.m., and then responds again, and I'm about to be walking to the car, and at 10:51 p.m.
Okay. And is it the case that her GPS shows her being there for at least a few more minutes after that message?
That's correct.
Slide 25.
Slide 25 reads 10:51 p.m. to 11:10 p.m. Defendant's phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin. This is still the same text conversation. These are messages from Danny to the defendant. The first message reads "Oh" at 10:52 p.m. Second message reads "Okay" again at 10:52 p.m. And then the third message, also at 10:52 p.m., reads, I guess I'm gonna eat this food. Try ammed. Stay up for a few.
Did he get responses to any of those?
He did not.
Slide 26.
Slide 26 is a continuation of the same messages. There's a message from Danny to the defendant at 10:56 p.m. that reads, I know want to be tired or you be tired, either bay.
And what time was that message sent?
10:56 p.m.
When was that sent in relation to the messages on the previous slide?
It's about 4 minutes after that.
All right. And how does the defendant respond to that?
The defendant responds, I know, baby, at 10:56 p.m.
Slide 27.
Slide 27, again, a continuation of the same messages. Danny sends a message to the defendant that reads, "And I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up, and I wanted to watch a movie. Sad moment." He then responds again that was at 10:57 p.m.
Before you move on to the next
Yep.
one, this message at 10:57 where he says, "And I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up, and I wanted to watch a movie. Sad moment." Did he get a response to that?
He did not.
All right. And how long after that is his next message sent?
About 4 minutes.
And what does it say?
Moi.
And how long was it before the defendant responded to that?
It was about
Same
9
with
minutes.
kids.
What did she say?
She responds back, moi.
Now, slide
Okay.
28, a little busy
Sure.
for those of us looking at.
Zio said, so am I correct in saying that the jury doesn't know that she was sleeping with this dealer? Did I see that somewhere? Yes, I was told that by my wonderful chick Trixie and Jen. I missed that part, but evidently they pulled up the text messages and it shows where basically that she was, it was Trixie that said that on panel when we first started talking about this. They talk about how, yeah, she was sleeping with the dealer, but I don't think the jury knows. I think they had made the jury leave when they were discussing if they were going to admit that into evidence. So I don't think the jury knows, but she was sleeping with the dealer. Had this man taking care of her kids,
Screen. Can you tell us what
giving her
what
kisses
this
and
is
text
and what
messages and
what
doing
it
all
tells us?
that.
Yes. So the heading reads 11:01 p.m. to 5:20 a.m. Daniel Yunkin phone, no activity. What this is a table showing timeline activity of Danny's phone. It shows the last two text messages, both the message that he sent to the defendant with moi, and then her response with moi to him, and then the next line is a message from Danny to Michelle McCarta that reads, "Hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle," and that was at 5:20 a.m. on October 5th.
Now the timeline, is that, you mentioned this is from the timeline, I think.
Yes,
And is this something that you can view in the cell phone extraction, this timeline?
that's correct.
Does it include text messages sent and received?
It does.
Does it include phone calls made and received?
It does.
Things like that?
Yes, it does.
What does this mean then about that 11:01 text he sent to the defendant? Well,
About the 11:01 message. Sorry, what was that?
is this? Can you tell whether he did anything else with his phone during this time period that registered on the timeline?
Based on the information on my review of his phone, following the 11:10 message that he received from the defendant until sending the message at 5:20 a.m. to the
Good
babysitter,
morning,
there was
Angela,
no other
and I
activity
agree.
that I observed for the phone.
In that 11:10 message he received.
Thank you for being here, Angela. Angela, Zio says pathetic. And then Angela says, how trashy can you be? And then Zio says, I think statistically it's common in the circle, but yeah, I agree. I was going to say, I want to be careful because, you know, I've had substance abuse issues, in the past, not in the past 10 years, but I've been clean for over 10 years now. But a lot of people, you know, I had, you know, broken the law and ended up in jail during that time period of my life. Just not a good thing. And if you are out of drugs and you are sick and you know, you don't have any money, I could definitely see it happening. I never did. I always had my man at the time with me, and he was on drugs too. We would do other things to make money and buy it, but a lot of people have to resort to that just because of the state that they're in because of drug use, and it's very unfortunate. But so I don't want to falter too much for that, but I do think it is you know, not the best. I always hung out with guys when I was growing up and when you hang out with guys, you learn how they talk about girls. Like I was friends with all guys, and they would be so sweet to a girl, and then as soon as she walked away, they would talk about, you know, how easy it was to have her and things like that. So, you know, it sucks all the way around, but I don't want to fault her for it if we take into consideration the fact that she was on drugs. We all make bad decisions when we're on drugs, and when you're sick, it's hard. But I mean, either way, I agree that you know, she had this man at home taking care of her kids. She had a job. There was other avenues, in my opinion, or, you know, like I've said before, go to rehab. You know what I mean?
received from the defendant. That
Thank
didn't
you,
require
Zaya.
him to
I
actually do
appreciate that.
anything, did it?
That's correct. No.
So in terms of what
Yeah,
this timeline shows,
I
is the
didn't
things
like
that
being
he
there.
himself was reviewing.
I'll say that.
Is it fair to say that there's just like a total gap from 11:01 p.m. to 5:20 a.m.?
Yes.
Dan, that's true. I wonder if they are going to piece it together.
Slide 29.
As far as the jury figuring out.
Slide
out who the
29
deal
is a still shot, I guess, of the defendant's phone
Hello, Queen
GPS
Olive
location,
Ruthann. Good
utilizing
morning.
the
Thank
law
you for
enforcement
being
tool
here.
showing at 11:10 p.m. Or sorry, between 11:10 p.m. and 11:15 p.m.
We won't be here much
the
longer.
location
But
of
thank
the
you
phone,
for popping
which
in
is
and
at
saying
the
hi.
535 Buckalter, or at or around the 530 Buckalter address.
All right, and this is included just to show that, like, roughly at this point, she's home by
That's correct.
now. Slide 30. What is this here?
Slide 30 reads 11:41
Ooh.
p.m. Paul Simon phone last
Getting
activity.
interesting.
It's
Zaya
from
loves your name, Queen Anne.
what I believe to be a
Queen
coworker
Olive.
of Paul, saying what time you going in tomorrow. I'm sorry, TMMW, and then him responding 12.
Slide 31.
Slide 31 is a continuation of the same text message exchange with this individual. These messages are from this individual to Paul that read, "Let me know if you want my job, fam." And then the next message reads, "I'm about to quit this shit."
Did Paul respond to those messages?
He did not.
Slide 32.
Slide 32 reads 11:41 p.m. Paul Simon phone last activity. It's a table showing timeline activity for Paul's phone. It shows the text messages that I just described. And then following the last text message at 11:49 p.m., the next item in the timeline is a incoming call at 10:24 a.m. on October 5th, 2022 from Billy Mom, and then an outgoing call to Billy.
And those
at
calls
10:30.
would be like well into the police response to the residents.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we tell from this then when Paul?
Yes, Dan, very true. I like the way you put that.
So there appears to be no further activity after 11:49 p.m. on the night of October 4th from Paul's phone.
All right, and that's the time he got that last text message from the coworker that he didn't even respond to.
That's correct.
His last activity that he would have done would have been
So-
what time then?
40.
It was a coworker. So Paul is, I guess it was Paul who is fed up with this shit. He's like, I'm done with this job. I'm about to quit.
This 11:49 p.m.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about stuff that not the text that he received and didn't respond.
Oh, sorry.
To, the text that he sent.
The last message that he sent would have been at 11:41 p.m.
Okay. Slide 33.
Slide 33 reads Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. So transitioning from October 4th, 2022 into October 5th, 2022.
Now, what is this slide here? Oh, no, 34. What are we looking at here?
Slide 34. The heading reads 1:02 a.m. Defendant's phone camera turned on and off. So what this is information on the phone showing when the camera was turned on and off on the phone. The camera was turned on on October 5th, the morning of October 5th at 1:02 a.m. And then turned off a few seconds later, also at 1:02 a.m.
Excuse me, what? What? What is she taking a picture of or a camera video of? Was it an accident? Was she holding the phone or was it in her pocket and she accidentally did it when she was hurting this baby? Oh my gosh. This is explosive evidence.
From your review of the phone, were any photographs taken during that time period?
Not that I observed.
Slide 35.
Slide 35, also very similar, reads 1:02 a.m. Defendant's phone flashlight turned on and off twice. So the first line of the table shows the flashlight turning on at 1:02 a.m. on October 5th, and then turning.
So we know she meant to do it if she's turning the flashlight on and off. She's trying to see something. Did she mean to turn the camera on and maybe take a picture of something using the light to see and then realize she's supposed to turn her flashlight on instead to see? This is explosive. Wow.
Turning off.
Those are just my
a few seconds,
speculations.
or about 10 seconds later, also on October 5th at 1:02 a.m.
You can tell me to move on.
Okay, yeah, next slide, please.
Okay.
Next slide is a continuation of the last slide. And the flashlight turns back on again and then back off.
And how long was it on?
What is she looking at?
About 9 seconds.
All right, so 1:02 a.m. 2 sessions with the flashlight, I guess, one about 10 seconds and one about 9 seconds long.
Correct.
All right, that's right after the camera is briefly turned on for a second.
That's correct.
Right around the
Both of
time
those
that
things
Quentin
are,
died.
Are they both accessible from the lock screen of
Yes.
an iPhone?
Yes, they are.
So would that be consistent with some?
What is she looking at? Because if she's taking him at like 1:16 or 17, this is going to be right around the time that it happened or right after the time that it happened. Is she looking at Quentin to see if he's alive? Maybe. All of these things are possibilities if we're just speculating, right? Wow,
Someone
this
kind
is
of fumbling around
crazy.
with those two functions on the lock screen.
It could be, yes.
Slide 37. What is this?
Slide 37 reads 1:14 a.m. to 1:26 a.m. Leilani Simon phone trip
I
to
think we
Azalea
all
Mobile
have
Home
to.
Plaza. This is a video of the GPS mapping of the defendant's phone from 1:14 a.m. to 1:26 a.m. on October 5th. When you play the video, it'll show the GPS points for the phone moving up Buckhalter Road, up to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, and then.
So if this was the flashlight and camera turned on at like between 1:02 and 1:06, and this is 1:16, and she's in the car and driving, she was looking to see, like, she was looking at him and possibly moving the body at this point when she was turning the flashlight on. And she turned the flashlight on in order to not wake everybody else in the room up. So she would just turn her flashlight on her phone and then look at Quentin and then pick him up and move him or do whatever she's going to do. And now, what is this, like 5 to 7 minutes later, she's in her vehicle driving to the dumpsters. Wow, that is crazy.
And then back to the residence.
Just to orient us, maybe it's unnecessary, but just so we're clear, can you step down and just kind of trace for us the route that we're going to see?
Sure. So as you'll see down here, these are the dots for the GPS coordinates in the area near the residence. When we play the video, you'll see both red and purple dots.
I don't know, Dan.
This does contain both the device location information and Life 360 information. You'll see them start going up Buckhalter Road until it gets to up here where the mobile home plaza is, and then coming back down, back to the residence.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I'll go ahead and play that slide.
Exactly.
What's going on right here?
So right here in the video, I took the GPS coordinates. Do you mind if I kind of stand?
Sure, yeah.
If you want to pause it there, that's fine too.
Okay.
So I took, you'll notice over here, I unchecked the GPS coordinates. These are the device GPS coordinates in order to show the Life 360 points because they were kind of hard to see in the video.
Okay.
And then I just clicked on a few to, give you the lat long, the date and time.
I'm going to hit play again. Let me know if you want to pause it.
Okay.
Catherine says she red rummed her own baby and she treated him like crap. In other words, thank you for being here. And yeah, I think we all agree here. I think everybody here at the Speculating Family can definitely agree with your statement there. Thank you so much for being here and spending your Sunday morning with us and letting us know your thoughts and opinions. I really appreciate that. And so does everybody else. Thank you so much. It's good to see you, Catherine.
And then if you pause it there, same thing. So I took off the Life 360 data and showed just the phone device data during the time period, which is why you see all of these docs.
All the red ones.
All the red. Yeah. And then I click on.
Let me ask you this: have you been out to Azalea yourself?
I have.
Right.
Zan brings up a good point. Zan says, crazy with technology, we can envision ourselves right there at the murder scene. And, you know, that's such a great point to bring up, because when he said she turned the camera on and the flashlight on, I could imagine I pictured myself in that room, seeing her with the camera or the flashlight leaning over that pack and play to see if he was hurt or to pick him up and move him, because she already knew he was hurt. It is crazy, and I'm glad you said that. Angela says, I thought Danny saw Quentin sleeping in his playpen before he left for work that morning. Angela, we found out when Danny went on the stand that he said he did, but he really didn't. Is it possible that he knew Quentin was not there that morning? I don't know. I guess it could be a possibility. I lean more towards at the beginning of the trial, I would have definitely said, yeah, there's no way he didn't know. I think he's involved. And I did say that. And then after hearing his testimony, I could definitely see how he's, in my opinion, probably not involved. I had to apologize and change my stance, because I mean, you know, thinking back on when my kids were little, I would look in their room just to see if they were breathing at night, and I wouldn't turn the lights on. So if you're leaving the room and trying not to turn the lights on because you don't want to wake anybody up, you're going to walk out of the room without the lights on and not necessarily look and check to see, in my opinion. Catherine says, hello.
When we first watched the beginning of the video, are you able to get any sense for what kind of route the phone appears to have taken through Azalea?
Yes, it's kind of hard to see because it's so kind of blown or zoomed out. But yeah, you can kind of see what route.
Does it look like it kind of made a loop that goes by the dumpsters?
Yes, it loops in and kind of goes back around and then out. And this is just me ending the recording.
Now, slide 38, what is this?
So slide 38 is just a little more zoomed in picture of the GPS coordinates for both the Life 360 and the device itself.
Right. And if you think about yourself just on a day-to-day basis and somebody asks you, you know, did you see, I'm just going to say, like, you know, not necessarily a child, but I'm going to say, like, if somebody asks you, did you see the cat this morning? You're probably going to say, yeah. And maybe you didn't see the cat, but you're thinking about every single day when you do see the cat. And you're just going to say, yeah, I saw the cat this morning. Just not thinking, because it's a normal thing to see them there and you're not expecting anything wrong. He could have thought he saw Quentin that morning, because just like every morning he was laying in the playpen and nothing was wrong. Or he could have been saying what she told him to say. All of these are good possibilities.
From 1:17:22 a.m. to 1:20 a.m. So just that very small time window.
Now, from your review of this and plotting of this GPS data, was there a period of time where the phone appeared to be stationary at Azalea?
There was, yes.
Is that more or less what we're looking at here?
Yes.
All right. What was that time period again?
It was a few minute time period. I don't have the exact, but this time period that I'm showing here is 1:17 to 1:20. So it was like a 2 to 3 minute period.
Would the stationary period have been inside that window, 1:17
Yes.
to 1:20?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe not stationary for that entire time, but the stationary period's in there.
Correct.
Okay. Slide 39. What is this?
Slide 39 reads 1:13 to 1:26 a.m. Defendant's phone plugged into charger. So this is information from the phone showing the device being plugged in and the timestamps. The table is kind of upside down. The second line shows that the device was plugged in on October 5th, 2022 at 1:13:26 a.m. And then it was unplugged on same time frame, but at 1:26 a.m. So it's plugged in at 1:13 and unplugged at 1:26.
How does that time frame in which the device was plugged into a charger line up with the time frame of the trip that you just talked about?
It lines up with the device moving from the Buckhalter Road address up to Azalea Mobile Home Park and then back to the.
So if you think about it, like at night when we go to bed, we plug our phone in to the charger and then we go to sleep. She had plugged her phone in to the charger to let it charge, and then she unplugged it and took it with her when she left to go down buck halter and do what she did at the dumpster, is what they're proving here.
What do you make of that?
I mean, it appears the device was plugged in during that time.
Okay, to like a car charger or something like that?
I believe so, but again, I don't know.
Sorry.
Slash
I misspoke. So I guess she plugged it in. We know it was with her because they tracked it in the GPS. So she had to have plugged it into the vehicle. Yeah, Zan says also about, using in things when your life turns to shit, it's easy to dive in deeper and ease the anxiety, worry, and sadness. Yeah, that's the hard thing about it because from personal experience, when you're in that black hole, the whole reason you start using it a lot of times is to just make the shit stop, make the shit, like, I don't know how to explain it, like, stop the anxiety, the worry, the stress, and you don't have to think about all the things that are bothering you, and you can take something and it numbs it and it makes it stop all the anxiety, the stress, the hurt, the pain. And then you have to stop, and number one, all those emotions are coming flooding back, which made you use in the first place. So when you don't have that basically pacifier to stop all of those emotions, it makes it harder. And then you have even more that come in when you're trying to stop. It's a bad situation all the way around. If anybody out there is currently using, I hope that you get help. And I'll leave in the description box a number that you can call if you need help with that.
Slide 40 reads 1:47 a.m. to 2:01 a.m. Defendant's phone unlocked. Slide 40 shows a table showing when the device was unlocked at 1:47 a.m.
And does it show when the device locked again?
Yes. So the start time is 1:47 a.m. The end time is 2:01 a.m. So the phone was unlocked at 1:47. Oh, sorry, from the time period of 1:47 to 2:01.
So 14 minutes or so?
Yes.
What does it mean for an iPhone to be unlocked?
That just means either Face ID or PIN code is entered so that you're seeing the phone.
Okay, so it's like looks like this and not like that.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to look at data in the phone extraction in either one of them, Cellbrite or Breaky, and tell anything about what the user of this phone appeared likely to be doing with the phone at this period of time during this like 14, 15 minute period?
Yes, there was some activity. I can't 100% say it was attributed to a user or just the device itself doing things, because these phones are on all the time and doing things, both unlocked and locked. But there was Facebook activity during this time frame. I don't have a slide to show that.
Does it appear at least likely to you that the user of this phone during the period of time in which it is unlocked was scrolling?
I mean, I don't think that the phone, like what he's referring to is like, even if your phone is locked and set down, it might be doing updates or something, but scrolling through Facebook is not an update. Hello, Rebby. Hi. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Rebby, it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to deal with, and yeah, then having kids around, it is a like Zan said, a vicious cycle for sure. I'm like I've said, I've got at least 10 years, if not more, clean. And I'm super grateful every single day for that. If you're using it, puts your kids in a situation that they don't deserve to be in because of the choices that you made. You know what I mean? So it's hard for all the parties involved. It's not just you. Your family deals with the heartache. Your children, if you have them, deal with the heartache. It's hard.
There was a lot of Facebook activity, which, based on my experience would be indicative of that. But I can't say for certain.
Okay. Slide 41.
Slide 41 reads 2:01 to 9:13 a.m. Defendant's phone locked. Again, a table showing the lock status of the device. This was obtained in the extraction from the device. It shows the device being locked on October 5th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m. And then it was locked until 9:13 a.m. that morning.
Slide 42.
Slide 42 are text messages from Daniel Youngkin to Michelle McCarta. The text message reads, "Hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle." And then he gets a response from Michelle that reads, "Okay." And that was at 5:20 a.m. and the response was at 5:29 a.m.
Now, per your review of the
Well, I'm glad that you decided to speak today, and thank you for always being here in the bushes. I do appreciate you watching. I wanted to say about this, I don't think it's abnormal, and I don't think it points to him knowing by him saying that she's going to watch the kids today, because to be honest with you, if I'm putting myself in his shoes, I'm pissed off that she's not going to work and not going to make money when we're trying to save up to move out. She's staying her ass at home. She already doesn't want to damn take care of the kids half of the time anyway. So yeah, I would be like him. I'd be like, no, I'm not paying for a babysitter for you to sit your ass here all day and sleep. You're going to get up and take care of these youngins. And that's what I think his thought process was in telling the babysitter that she's not going to be watching the kids that day. Because I would have done the same thing. I would have said, no, you're going to get your ass on up if you ain't going to work, and you're going to watch your youngins. That's how that's going to work. I'm not paying for a babysitter for you to sit here and sleep all day. Not going to happen, Captain.
the Life 360 data for him, can you tell us where his phone was during this period of time?
During this period of time, his phone was at the residence.
And again, had his phone moved from the residence at any point during the night?
Not during the night of the 4th to the 5th.
Slide 43.
Right, Rebby?
Slide 43 is a
Well, it
video
seems she did.
of
It really does.
GPS data, Life 360 GPS data for Daniel Youngkin. The slide reads 5:51 a.m. to 6:06 a.m. Daniel Youngkin, Life 360, travel to NFI warehouse. When you play the video, it'll show the Life 360 GPS points initially at the residence or at the area near the residence, and then you'll see him travel up to his workplace, and then during this time period up to his workplace.
Does the route that his phone took on this trip to work, does it go by Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
It does not. So as you'll see, the dots are moving. If you'll pause it here.
Is that good, or do you need?
Yeah, no, that's good. So what this is when Life 360, the data, when they send it back to you, it's basically got a start and end time. And so it shows you a window. And so what you'll see here is, this is the, sorry, can I stand up?
Sure, of course.
This is the end time of this. And you'll see in the video, I'm going to essentially expand this little time window all the way over here. And you'll see a second bullet that shows 141 session end, which basically means from this time period, so from 6:30 that morning until about 9:14:17, the Life 360 data shows the phone at the same location during that time period.
All right, I did play it. So let me have you on this side.
And I just highlighted that to show that that GPS point stays there during that time period.
All right. So this is just this portion of
Showing
this
that he
screen
was at
capture
work
video is just to
during that
illustrate
time period.
The phone is stationary at work for like 3 hours.
Correct.
Do we need to watch the rest of this video?
You don't have to.
Okay. Slide 44.
Yes.
What is this here?
This is a Google Maps view of the routes from 535 Buckalter Road up to 101 Littlehurst Parkway, which is where Daniel Youngkin was working.
And what is the dark blue one there?
The dark blue on Google Maps is showing essentially the most expeditious route.
Does that appear to be the route that he took for that video?
Yes.
All right.
And by expeditious,
Right there.
suggested route by Google Maps is what I should say.
Rebby, the bottle cap
The next
glasses.
slide. Is this
Big,
just sort of a
big
zoom in
bottle
on the very beginning
cap
portion of that route?
glasses.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, the dark blue is the route that he appears to have taken for the GPS data, right?
That's correct.
Can you show us where Azalea Mobile Home Plaza is on here relative to the route that he took?
Yes. Do you want me to stand up?
Please.
Okay. So Azalea Mobile Home Plaza is up here, and the route is down over here.
Okay. Thank you. Now, what is the next slide here? Slide 46.
This is again a prior slide that we've seen showing that the defendant's phone was
Me too,
locked
Rebby.
from 2:01 a.m. on the 5th to 9:13 a.m. on the 5th.
And then what is slide 47?
Slide 47 is, I'll read it first. It's 9:14 a.m. defendant's phone call to Daniel Youngkin. It's a call log, export of a call log that shows an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Daniel Youngkin at 9:14:29 a.m. And where it shows 21 minutes and 37 seconds, that was the duration of the call. It says it was answered and just had some other information.
And that calls at 9:14, lasted for 21 minutes. What is slide 48?
Slide 48 is a video, again, of Daniel Youngkin's Life 360 GPS data that I mapped in the tool that I was using for the time period 9:22 to 9:34. In the video, you'll see the GPS points again up near his workplace.
So they just showed that per Google Maps, it takes 22 minutes to get from his job to the house, and he made it there in 12. Knocked a whole 10 minutes off because he was trying to get back there so quick to find out where Quentin was. I mean, that again is just solidifying the fact that he didn't know, because he's speeding to get home to find out what's going on and where Quentin is at. Yeah, he was flying, right, Zan?
And then essentially travel the same route back down to the residence.
Let me know. I'm going to play this now. Let me know if you want me to pause it at any point.
Okay.
And let me just say, like, he really was flying, because I don't know if you've ever, like, probably shouldn't do this or admit to this, but like sometimes on Google Maps, if I'm trying to get somewhere fast, it'll say like, you'll arrive in, 45 minutes. And I'm like, okay, bet. I bet I'll make it in 40. Yeah, nope, never happens. It's always 45 minutes. Like, so he definitely was flying.
Does he appear to have taken the same route home that he took to get to work?
Yes, he did. And if you'll pause it there.
Oh, sorry. Is that good, or you want me to advance a little bit?
Well, at the end of the video, I essentially expand that entire timeline to show all of the points. So it kind of shows you the route.
All right. I have just started again from the beginning.
Okay.
Not intentionally, really. It's just.
Sure.
Tell me if you want me to pause it at any point. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so if you'll pause it there. As you can see, it shows, according to the Life 360 data, the GPS locations traveling back down.
Okay. What are you doing here in the video?
I was just trying to orient on the location of where the first point's showing.
Okay.
And then I kind of just followed the route down, clicking on the different points to get a time frame of reference where it shows what time those points were.
All right. The first one was at 9:22, right? That's when this, as far as the GPS is concerned, this trip is showing.
Correct.
Did I see that right? That the first point appears to be like some distance from his work?
Yes.
Okay. So if he says that
sorry, I went
he
to go
got
get
this call
coffee.
at 9:14 and left.
Right, Zan? Yeah, Google does know I'm going to leave late and speed. Right, exactly. Yeah, I erase the GPS sometimes. I probably shouldn't. It's bad. Don't do that. Don't do that, kids.
More or less immediately. Would that be?
Yeah, no
consistent
doubt.
with his first
Zan,
GPS
turn
point
off
showing
the car
movement
insurance
at
GPS.
9:22, some distance away from his work down the road?
Yeah, it appears based on the Life 360 data at that point, he had already left his workplace.
All right. Was it en route home?
Correct.
Okay. Slide 49.
Okay, slide 49, the heading reads 9:39 a.m. defendant's phone 911 call. Again, this is an export from the call log showing an outgoing call to 911 at 9:39 a.m. on October 5th. The duration is 4 minutes and 1 second, and shows his answer.
And what is slide 50?
So slide 50, it reads unknown time, defendant's phone, unsent text message. So on the defendant's phone, we found an unsent text message. The text message read, getting some Orajel. However, we couldn't conclusively determine when that text message was drafted.
You can see unsent text messages in these phone extractions?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And this one is from the defendant's phone
To,
getting,
yeah,
not ever sent, but drafted.
that's correct.
And it says getting some more.
That's correct.
Unfortunately, there are a couple of other areas that I need to cover with this witness, but I wonder if anybody wants a break at this point. I mean, I'm happy to press forward, but I figured we just finished.
Okay, let's see.
Let's
We'll skip this break.
Say again?
Oh, yeah.
It's only 4:05. I hope I'm not out yet.
Y'all need a short break.
Sure.
We've heard some testimony from Special Agent Rajabi that she collected a DNA sample from Henry Bubba Moss Jr. and submitted it to the Savannah FBI office for safekeeping. Were you involved in asking for any lab testing pertaining to this swab from the people at Quantico?
Yes, I was. I submitted the lab request for DNA comparison of that DNA sample.
And what was the first lab request that involved that DNA sample?
I have a copy of the lab report.
So they did that so that if they found him or when they found the skull, they could show that it was his child, or, you know, by collecting the DNA of the father, you're going to be able to show that the bone fragments that they had is related by DNA to the father, basically saying, and they can tell if it's paternal DNA or not. And if Bubba Moss only has him as a son, they can definitely prove that it's him. Or, you know, logically, if he's got more than one kid and the other kids are present, then obviously the skull is from the one that's no longer here on this earth with us. So they do that just to basically show for trial that, yes, this is indeed the skull of this poor baby, Quentin Simon.
I would like to refer to, if I could. Just,
Yeah, do you need to refresh your memory?
yes, please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
So was there one in late October?
Yes, October 28th.
Can you tell us what that particular lab request was for at that time and what was sent out there at that time?
Yes, it was a request for DNA comparison for the DNA sample taken from Henry Bubba Moss Jr. To a bone that was collected in the landfill that at the time was believed to be human.
Okay. And we've heard testimony from the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Christensen, that when she looked at that first bone that was sent up towards the end of October, she determined that it was, in fact, not human.
That's correct.
Is that the bone that she's talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is that what she told you at the time in reference to that bone?
Yes, it was.
And going forward from that.
So probably a
yes,
cow bone or
yes,
a deer bone they found first.
How did Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s DNA sample go up to Quantico at that time?
So it was transported by one of our agents in our office, Special Agent Brian Giovannini. Originally, I was supposed to be the one to transport that. However, he was going up to Quantico for another matter, and it was transported by him instead.
How did he accomplish that?
So the item was collected from our evidence room, packaged in a box, and then transported physically by Special Agent Giovannini to the lab.
And was it taken along with the Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s DNA sample?
Yes, the DNA sample was taken up there, as well as the bone that was determined not to be human.
Okay, so at that point, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s DNA sample is up there.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, later, did you guys find some actual human remains in the landfill?
We did.
All right. And what was the date of that?
November 18th, 2022.
Were you at the landfill search operation initially at the time that human remains first began to be discovered there?
At first, no, but as soon as we had heard that possible human remains were found, we went over to the landfill, so I went over there.
And did you get eyes on what had been found at that point?
Yes, I did.
And were you involved in any way in the packaging and transport of those
Yes, I was.
remains? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the bones were packaged in
I had to go potty. Thank you, Jennifer, for the trigger warning.
Paper bags, and then transported by myself from the landfill to our office in Savannah. The bones were then later transported to Quantico to the lab. All 4 bags were placed in a box, and then that was transported up to Quantico.
Okay. At some point before sending them, we've heard Dr. Christensen talk about first getting some pictures and then shortly thereafter getting the actual remains themselves. Do you know what she's referring to there?
Yes. So prior to us sending the remains up to the lab, we were asked to take photos and send those to the lab prior to the transport.
Is that pretty typical for them to ask for like a photographic preview?
Yes.
And is that something that had happened with that first bone in October that turned out not to be given?
Yes, it did.
Okay. The actual bone itself was preceded by photographs being
That's
made
correct.
available to. Okay.
Oh, stop it.
Who specifically was involved in the transport of the remains discovered on the 18th from?
I was muted. I was going the hell off too. I'm sorry if I was muted. I don't know if I was or not, but she's not crying. Her eyes are not red. No ma'am. No ma'am. No ma'am. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. She wiping her eyes. She sat there at the beginning of the trial and stared at the skull on the picture. No ma'am, stop it. No, eyes aren't red, aren't crying. Stop it. Stop it. Get out of here. Stop it. I appreciate y'all letting me know I was muted. I was going the hell off. Over here fake crying. I want to smack her.
The FBI office in Savannah to the Quantico lab, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it was Special Agent Solomon, so Savannah Solomon, another special agent who was a pilot with us. His name is escaping me at this time.
That's fine. But just because your involvement was the transport from the landfill to the FBI office in Savannah prior to any of that.
That's correct.
I'd like to, do you have on the witness stand in front of you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 78?
I do.
Can you look through that?
Sure. Okay.
Now, this has been identified by Dr. Christensen as 4 separate images of the contents of the bags that she received in the box that was sent out from Savannah, Georgia. I mean, not Savannah.
Sure.
Sometime after the discovery of the human remains on November 18th.
I didn't hear about that, Sam. That's sad.
In these images?
I do.
Is that the contents of the 4
That's really
bags
sad.
that you were involved in the initial transport and packaging of?
Yes.
And going back to what I was saying about her crying, we're over here crying, hearing that stuff. Not even her seeing it, knowing her child. Stop it. Public cares more about this baby than she ever did. Oh, that's good, Trixie. Awesome. Good job.
During this investigation, were you in constant contact with Detective Lemons and the rest of the Chatham County Police Department side of the investigative team?
Yes, I was.
We've heard testimony from Detective Lemons and from Detective Cox that they obtained search warrant or phone records for a variety of phone numbers via search warrants, and, at least in one case, in exigent circumstances requested the carrier. Were all of those records made available to you?
Yes, they were.
And were they incorporated into your FBI case file?
Yes, they were.
And you've already testified, I think, about receiving the Life 360 records from Detective Cox.
Yes, that's correct.
For both the defendant's phone number and Daniel Youngkin's phone number.
That's correct.
Did you incorporate those records into your case file?
Yes, we did.
Now, did you forward the phone records that you had gotten, all of them, and the Life 360 records that you've talked about to any other FBI personnel for analysis?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us who it was that you gave them to?
Yes. When we received them, I also gave them to Special Agent Rob Corley. He is one of our CAST folks, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, who deal with cell phone data.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Here comes the defense.
I think I can narrow it down to a couple of hundred questions, Judge. Mr. Is it Taylor Burns, correct?
That's correct.
I don't want to.
No worries.
I don't want to get it inverted. So, Mr. Burns, with regard to Daniel Youngkin's phone extraction, you're not saying that everything you've included in your presentation was everything you extracted, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so there was, and I'm just going to specifically mention some things. I mean, State's Exhibit 87 has a number of text messages and stuff that both the defense and the state have already introduced, but you didn't reference them. But were they part of your extraction as well?
They were.
Okay. So
Oh, that sounds like
that's my
fun,
first
Dan.
question. My next question is, and I don't, to be quite frank with you, I did not understand the bouncing blue dot. So
Sure.
I'm going to ask you, I understood the 204 and I understood the azalea part, but the one for Danny Youngkin's route to work and from work, I really didn't. So if you
The bouncing blue dot, trying to relate it to a child's song. You know how the blue dot goes across the words at the bottom? Stop.
could just in regular old English tell
Sure.
me what was the route he took from 535 Buckhalter to Port Wentworth in regular old plain English for me.
I don't know every road that he took without looking at a map.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think we can all relate to that.
I have no problem.
Sure.
I'm just saying I don't understand.
No, you're fine. Give me 1 second, please.
I have more weeks of being unproductive than being productive, unfortunately. It's something I've got to work on. I need you to come over and maybe we can get some stuff done together.
Okay.
So I assume it starts at 535 Buckhalter.
It does.
All right, so it goes down. What's the first road he goes down?
I believe it was Garrard Avenue. Obviously, I have a very zoomed out picture of that. So I think it was Garrard Avenue to Veterans, based on this, up. I think that's up 516 into 21, up 21 over to where the workplace is.
Okay, so just so I can get it straight in my head.
Sure.
Goes right down Garrard Avenue, over to Chatham Parkway, to Veterans Parkway, to 516, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes. Without seeing the dots themselves.
Well,
Yes.
that's fine. And then to 21, and then up to, I guess, Port Wentworth.
Correct.
21. And I assume it's the same or similar route back.
Similar route back, yes.
And that's the only questions I have for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
So that was all of the defense.
No, Your Honor.
And Special Agent, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, is that going to be it for today for the most part? Yeah, I think so. Yep, that's it for today. Okay. Yeah, this is my favorite time of year too, Zan. There is a lot of winter prep. I get all of my vegetables canned up. I like to can and get food stored up for the winter, you know, good fresh garden stuff that I've grown in my garden throughout the year. I had a lot of tomatoes. I made homemade tomato sauce. It is so good because I have oregano and sage that I grew myself as well, all organic stuff. And yeah, I like to make the spaghetti sauce and get it put up and all of the things. Yeah, the defense didn't have anything. So this is going to be it for me today. Tomorrow, so now that we're all caught up, tomorrow we'll probably do Leilani Simon trial live. I do want to talk about Sarah Boone as well. So I'll probably like in between there, try to go like when they're at break with Leilani, trying to go through Sarah Boone and catch up on that. Maybe we could do something like that. I don't know how long I'll be able to go. But we'll see, because I might can get the kids schoolwork ready. I might can print out worksheets tomorrow and they can do them pretty much on their own, and then I can help them afterwards. So we'll go for as long as we can tomorrow if you guys want to hang out and talk and have an open panel. I'm so sorry, Trixie, to hear that. I am so sorry. I'm sending you lots of love and hugs. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. If you're watching on replay, please consider hitting the like and subscribe button. It was nice. I enjoyed my time with all of my family members here today. I had a very nice time, and I think that we all had a lot of productive conversation and some new faces chiming in. That was awesome. I appreciate you all being here and hanging out with me today. I will be back in the morning at 9:30. I'm going to try to get the photo video out today or tomorrow. It depends because it's already late here. So we'll see. I'll get it out as soon as I can. Another photo video with the Madeline Soto case. Again, if you're watching this on replay, please hit the like and subscribe. Consider by subscribing, you join the Speculating family member team, and we all hang out and just talk. I hope y'all have the best day you've ever had in your whole entire life, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.